Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville. Look at this, Shiretown continues. This time a little lumberjack. A little bit of lumberjack action right here. We gotta build some stuff, right? Gotta be able to build some things in Shiretown. So we got some logs here, we got a fireplace over here. Hey there, Armored Wolf. Yeah, let me try and get some of this fuzzy stuff off of here. That's the one weird thing about, well, especially when you got stuff like this. You get all this weird kind of fuzz here. I'm not quite sure what that residue really is. But we got this one here. Oh, and here's that building from Conquest Creations. So again, it doesn't have the round stuff, but actually there's a lot more neat stuff. Well, I didn't realize. I thought those were supports, so I actually cut those off. But yeah, this is the building from Conquest. I mean, there's a lot of neat stuff around it. So we actually did put some decent details here. There is no actual door on there. There's been some more leaks about MESBG. This time when it comes to things like magic and, oh, what's the other thing? Special strikes. No, not special. Heroic actions. Nice to see you there. So Uber Yeti, I hope that your week has been a good one. We're going to keep on hammering away at these guys. We got one for tomorrow, too. Well, technically a couple. Ooh, wait a minute. Where are they at? Oh, here we go. We also have a ton of these things printed out. I might even print out some more of these little cart right there. We are going to... Let's do this. No. Actually, we'll go out here. We'll do some of our glazy stuff out here. Oh, wait a minute. Time out. I think I spy with my little eye. Boy, I wish I had my... Let me see if this will be enough to get rid of these. Not sure we'll be able to take... Okay, I think this is the way to go after these guys, maybe. Because there's some supports down here. They're in a weird spot. Boy, that doesn't want to come... There we go. Alright, there's one of them. Couple more to go here. I didn't even notice them until I saw this, and I said, I think we got some supports down here. They're not supposed to be there. You never know where it's going to put these things. So you bear with me here while we just try to dig these things out of here. Okay, now we're almost there. Okay, that takes care of those guys. Anything over here I can't do anything about. And there are definitely some over there. I can't get to those. So they're just going to have to stay there. Not that anybody's going to be able to see them. So Uber Yeti. Hopefully you got something fun planned for the weekend too. Come to think of it, I am looking forward to a big college football Saturday tomorrow, that's for sure. Well, one more thing here. Yeah, let me cut that off too. There we go. That's just some hot glue right there. Hey there, Dark Horse. How you doing? Well, Uber Yeti, hopefully you get that second one. And, well, I'm glad that you've been able to make a lot of progress with that. FDM printers, well, not that resin printers don't have their own weird things, right? Elite, there's a whole bunch of big games. Obviously, the one that most people are going to focus in on is going to be Tennessee, Georgia, because that is an elimination game. Basically, whoever loses that game, they are not making the playoffs, no matter how good they are. But there's a whole bunch of other down-the-line games that are going to be big, that have effects on the playoff. Now, again, a lot of them seem to be mismatches. But actually, the Kansas BYU game, that has massive playoff implications. And it wouldn't have really before because Kansas wasn't necessarily considered all that fantastic. But, well, Kansas has already pulled off some big upsets this season. So who knows? All right, we are going to get down to some of our browns in here. We're just going to take a couple of our crafty brushes here, like this. Van Dyke brown. It's going to go in here. Come on, get in there. And then, of course, we're going to start this off with the most fascinating portion here, and that's where we mix paint. Elite, they're not one of the best teams as far as I'm concerned. They are not one of the best teams. They lost a lot of players to the NFL. They've had some injuries. There's been regression by the quarterback, and you win games. If you can't beat the best teams, then you don't deserve to be in the playoffs. I mean, it's just kind of like an NFL team where there's been a lot of NFL teams with lots of talent, right? They should be, because there's arguably teams that have more talent than the Chiefs, but the Chiefs have managed to win games, and not necessarily in the prettiest of ways, right, Elite? But that would be a little bit like saying, well, okay, yeah, that 5-5 team, they've certainly won a lot of games by big scores. We should just let them in, just because they got talent, they look good. Well, that's good, Uber Yeti. Now, Uber Yeti, since I'm mostly using craft brushes, it doesn't matter. Also, Uber Yeti, the oils make painting the FDM terrain an absolute dream, because they fill in the layer lines. The oil paint flows so much more smoothly anyway. It's really fantastic. So yeah, Elite, that's really what it comes down to. That's one of the reasons, Elite, why they did the college playoff, is because they didn't really want showcase wins, or nobody wanted to hear that was a good win or a good loss. Nobody wanted to hear that anymore. Now it pretty much is about winning and losing. You win, like Indiana, they're 10-0. Yes, maybe they haven't played the strongest teams, but they've actually managed to win their games. And what's the other thing too, Elite, with the portal? It is much more difficult for, say, teams like Georgia to just have 100 players that would outclass most players on any other team. That doesn't really happen as much anymore. So there's every week is a hazard. Of course, there's again, there's games like even Texas A&M. If they don't win their game, then they're not going to be considered for anything. They win that game, and it's a different story. Oh boy, oh boy. Let me. I keep hitting the corner of this thing here. 1 second. Let me make sure that didn't get anywhere where it shouldn't have gone. This corner here is not in a convenient place. Let me try and do this again here. Elite, if you can get through the gauntlet, that any team that's going to win that championship. Let's put it this way, Elite. Before, I'm trying to kind of do this in an NFL comparison here. This would be a little bit like a team wins their division by 4 or 5 games, and maybe they win one playoff game, and you say, oh, you just won the Super Bowl. Whereas, here, you might have to win at least 2 playoff games, maybe 3, to be able to be a champion. So think of it that way, Elite, that now instead of just having a good regular season and then just winning maybe one additional game. Now you gotta win out. You have got to, and you're gonna have to go on the road to do that, maybe. So it is definitely orders of magnitude more impressive now. At first, I think the thing that threw me more than the playoff stuff was all the switching of the conferences. That was the weird thing for Horns fan and I, because you have teams that have been in these conferences in some case for decades and decades. Then all of a sudden, now they're not. So Dark Horse, I hope that you're doing well, and hope that you had a very good Friday. Now remember, we got the glow on the inside here. I'm just doing this stuff out here so that this has a chance to set, and then we can move to the interior. Now here, I'm not even going to bother making a little vat of this stuff. I'm just going to do this, and we'll do this. That should be good for here. All right. Now in the interior, before we start fooling around with anything else, let's get down to the source lighting here. So yeah, Elite. Again, now if you have a buy in that, and also too, that's the other thing, Elite. There's some genuine reward for. It kind of struck that balance. For if you win during the regular season, you're kind of rewarded for that. You know, if you do have that good regular season. Now, if you have, let's say you are a Georgia or a Tennessee, and you run into a buzzsaw and you maybe lose a game or two, they've also tried to build in something to where you have kind of a second chance. Elite, well, I suppose you could think of it like Aussie rules, where if you're in that top four, you can lose a playoff game, but still you get another chance. In some ways, it's this format is a little bit more like that now. So yeah, Elite, the only way you're getting into the college playoff is if you have beaten everybody that you're supposed to beat, or if you've again managed to win games that you shouldn't. And that's the other thing too, is Elite, they were trying to balance it that way, so that maybe teams that otherwise would just have no chance at a national championship, at least now if you place really well and maybe the cards fall your way, then at least you have a shot. Now let's get the here we are. Let's get this scarlet going down here. Let that mix with some of the yellow. Down into the corner. Now we need to start getting in some of our red there. Maybe a little bit of the asphaltum too. Elite, well, to me, the biggest offender was always basketball, where you actually had teams with losing records making the playoffs routinely. Now imagine that, a team with a losing record makes the playoffs. And that happens routinely. Do they last long? No, they pretty much get wiped out right away. But then that kind of begs the question of what's the point? Well, Dark Horse, I mean, they've got that epic, matchup with Mercer. I mean, that's going to set the college world on fire when Alabama beats Mercer. Although those games are tricky because, well, that's a game that if you kind of stumble in that one, or if you get somebody injured, that's kind of the big one, right, Dark Horse? You're playing Cream Puff U, and all of a sudden your starting left tackle gets a freak injury. Let's see. Dark Horse. Didn't the Mercer game was that always an early season game, or was that Chattanooga? No, that's Tennessee that plays Chattanooga. That's their version of Mercer. Yeah, I think maybe it's Michigan, it's Appalachian State or something like that. It's kind of just every year somebody gets a big payment to head into Bryant Denny, well, Saban Denny Stadium. Is that what they call it now? So again, we're setting up our glowy stuff in here. So yeah, Elite, I just didn't know how it was going to play out. Mostly, well, the big thing, Elite, is obviously we can say for a couple of years I wasn't really able to pay any attention to it just because of the circumstances here. So that's why I'm kind of getting caught up still. Because you have to figure, I mean, it makes sense, right, that especially 2022 and most of 2023 were kind of, well, they were tumultuous times. And that's why I'm a little bit behind on some of the goings on when it comes to the college stuff going on. We're playing a wee bit of catch up here, that's for sure. Okay, well, look at that. That already helps set the tone in there. Now here we're just going to again let that stuff set. We'll let that set. Let's do some stuff here on the fence. I think we will go with something lighter again, which means I'm just going to take a whole bunch of thinner to this, and we'll just drop it like so. Now we got some fields set up, but again, I also have some of these hay bales here. What are we doing with this? Yeah, let's hit this side. I guess one of you heard us talking about this, Elite, several times. It's about here, like Dark Horse talking about Bama and Mercer. They have actually been playing each other for a long time. That was the thing we were concerned about, was rivalries that really mattered. Those were going to go away. Now, of course, you got, imagine something like, okay, I don't know, Kansas City, Oakland. Well, and again, Oakland's not around anymore, so that's not really very much of a rivalry anymore. So it's kind of like that. You know, historical rivalries that kind of all of a sudden disappear. No. I'm gonna get some of my brown in there. We're using the Courbet green again out here. Boy, Dark Horse, I'm thinking that Mercer doesn't have too many War Eagle traditions. Yeah, let's keep going. Actually, well, speaking of which, well, not actually. Texas A&M is playing Auburn next week. I wasn't sure if Bama's actually played Auburn yet. I don't see him for the. Elite, what's interesting with college, unlike the NFL, is that you have different regions of the country have different styles of play. So yeah, maybe it's hard to say if it's more or less pronounced now, and especially with these mega conferences, it might be a little less pronounced. But remember, I was talking Elite how there's some teams, well, like say Army or Navy, or even say something like a Georgia Tech, they manage to win games in ways that because they don't necessarily have the most powerful players, right, Grand Oracle? How you doing there, Grand Oracle? Nice to see you again. Happy Friday. Now, actually, Dark Horse. I'm guessing that's in well, Denny Saban Stadium, because lots of weird things happen when the game is at Auburn, especially at night. Kick sixes, pick sixes, immaculate deflection. All that weird stuff has happened when they're at Auburn. I don't think that's ever happened in Alabama. That's always happened at Auburn. Glad that you're doing well there, Grand Oracle. Okay, so again, just to let that set for. Where's that? Here's the one from Conquest Creations. No, that's the roof. I want the building. So again, it doesn't have the rounded sides, but it has a lot of neat things going. Look at all these little extras that he put on here. He's got 2 lights. He also has the fireplace there, and then look at all the extra. Oh, and the hay bales and such. So yeah, that one's from Conquest Creations. Yeah, and that's the thing, Elite. This the Iron Bowl that we're talking about. There's been times where the team that is massively favored to win that game, usually Alabama, weird things happen, and Auburn ends up winning on the most bizarre plays ever. And those things usually only happen in rivalry games. There's just something about rivalry games that are just a step above. And that's you've heard me talk about. That's one of the things that's kind of been lost in the NFL. There's no more rivalries anymore. Yeah, that kick 6 Dark Horse. I remember that because I was watching the game when that happened. That's not something like, oh, I've seen the highlights. I've seen that. I've seen the immaculate deflection. Well, I'm sure there's a bunch of Tide fans that have seen that play in their nightmares over and over again. Yeah, Elite, that's got to be really a special thing to see, for sure. Yeah, that would be a tremendous thing to check out, no doubt about it. That's for sure, Dark Horse. That is for sure. So one of the things that I was trying in the last 12 hours or so is AI-generated music for those for the videos that I want to do featuring, well, the terrain and the miniatures. Now the door here, it's actually thinking of going with a yellow door of all things instead of a green door. So I'll just hit it with this brown here just to get that started. Okay, that's not supposed to be wiggling around like that. All right. Let's get some of the paint out of this here. Now we're going to try to get ourselves some scarlet onto our fireplace over here. Oh, no, no, no. Also, there's my floral orange. I'm like, where'd my fluorescent orange go? It's in a little different spot than it normally is. I do believe heresy is one of the words that comes to mind, I'm sure, for some, right, Dark Horse? Let's do this. Needless to say, you get some really strange results, just like you do with the images, AI-generated images. You get some weird stuff with the music. Of course, when I tried to do the advanced mode, there was some weird thing. I wish I could just go back to the default settings, even in advanced mode. Because, yeah, there was some funky things that happened there. Now, let me take... whatever. It doesn't matter if it's got some paint on it. I'm just going to try and wipe some of this away here. Especially this stuff along the bottom edge. Okay. You also had, there was a point where Flacco versus Roethlisberger, that was always a little something, always something to see. Let me try to get some lighter color here on these logs. Get some green into this. Don't want them all to be the same color. I'm also going to see if I can get a little of that on the door here. Try to get some of that over here on the stump. These should also be a little lighter. Down here. There. And this is nowhere near as light as we're going to go. We'll get lighter on the ends of these logs here too. So there's a log that's supposed to go across here. Sadly, that just didn't print out. Alright, I think we can kill this now. There we go. Yeah, let's see. Well, I do have some super glue sitting around, so if the worst comes to worst, I can maybe try to grab that super glue and get that door stuck in there. Yeah, Elite. I remember his rookie season. They made the playoffs, and I think actually he was playing the Colts in that first playoff game. Let's go that way. Trying to get some of this reddish brown onto the wooden bits here. Trying to do a little different, again, a little different flavor with each of these Hobbit holes. I think the next one we have is just more of a generic flavor. Yeah, it's not quite so specific. Whereas, well, we had the We had the lumber. Well, no, here we got the lumberjack. We had the. Was it the last one? I think it was the last one that was our blacksmith. Pretty sure. And remember, we'll get that black on top of this edge over here, just because that makes things a whole lot easier to see and figure out. I'll just take this. I'm going to take some of the... We're just going to go right to the fast matte white here, I think, on this. And we're not going to fool around a whole bunch on the fence. And we'll just keep it with the white picket fence decor, I think. Here we are. And let's do this. Oh, geez, Elite, that's right. I've been meaning to ask you for a few streams. Because, well, we have numerous, here again, this is the Wappleville Sports Network. We cover the globe. And I was just mentioning, I think it was only a couple of streams ago, Elite, that you were our sumo. Yeah, you were our sumo reporter, and we haven't had an update on sumo in quite some time. Again, since I don't get to see NHK World anymore, I mean, I guess I could just kind of go onto YouTube and try and find that. But I wasn't sure if there was any kind of dramatic goings on in the world of sumo, any retirements or anything like that. Now, I don't know if you've ever heard the, what would you say? I don't want to say garbage time yards or garbage yards, but sometimes a quarterback has great stats, but the team loses the game because, well, they were behind, or because they had a lousy running game, or because, now again, a team like San Francisco, a lot of times they were probably playing with a lead, so they weren't going to be throwing the ball as much, whereas Miami was not quite so good, so they were potentially going to be playing from behind more often. So those are kind of the things that you also want to look at if you're looking only at stats. It doesn't kind of reveal, okay, what kind of offense were they playing? What kind of division were they in? What kind of conditions did they play in? Right? So and Elite, that's why you have in college football, you have dramatically different styles of play in different conferences. Now that's going to change with these mega conferences, but let's put it this way, there's types of offenses that you just couldn't play in certain parts of the country, at least not effectively. So that's another thing to consider is, okay, where are they playing? What kind of stadium are they playing in? Now again, we wait for that to set a little bit more. We're going to get our darker stuff in there. Let me just pop the roof off of this, and then I can show you what we're talking about. So see, look at that. So you can kind of see the compare. We're setting things up. Eventually, we're going to get that darker, all that darker edge in between all the flagstones. But we gotta wait for that to set up before we can do that. 1 second. There we go. We're trying to get some of our lighter stuff out here too. Let's get this stuff on the flagstones now. Oh, and by the way, we're 35 minutes in. Well, it's like anything else. By the time you're doing the last one, you know exactly how to approach it. And that's always the case, right? This is the last one. Well, now I know exactly how to paint him, now that I don't have to paint anymore. Well, thanks, Elite. Appreciate that. I know that was just kind of out of all of a sudden. It's like, hey, we need a sumo report. So thanks for doing that, because I mentioned that if it was last week, something like that. Probably on our last college football Saturday. Let's also welcomed in Charmed Fantasy. Charmed Fantasy, how you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Yes, indeed. It kind of is what it looks like. It is another one of our Hobbit holes. Now here's one. We were just showing this. So the interior here is going to look like this one. It's got a nice little garden there. Here, let's put the roof on this right here. There we go. So there's one Hobbit hole. We've done actually 4 of these now. Here's another one. Here's another Hobbit hole. Let me just get my paws on that. There we go. Look at this. And oh, look. That's Bilbo Bananigans right there at the front door. Look at that. So we've done 4 of these now. This is number 5. We've also done some fun things like this. Where's Bilbo Stabbin'? Here he is. Yep. Don't mess with Bilbo Stabbins and his pumpkin patch. No, you don't want to do that. Don't mess with Bilbo Stabbins. How you doing there, Antican? Nice to see you. Everybody, please give Charmed Fantasy a follow. And, of course, Charmed Fantasy, if there's anything that you wanted to post in the chat, please go ahead and do that. We're going to get a little bit closer in now that we've got starting to do some of our more detailed stuff. Now,
hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
Wasn't long before that we did a couple of eagles with some eagle nests there. And of course, well, our hobbits is. Thank you so much. We appreciate those follows. Gandalf does too. Thank you so much, Antican. It's like, all right, I know you're in. I know you're in there, Bilbo. All right, I know you're in. Don't put on the ring. I can still see you. Well, now that's just rude. I can see that too. I'm telling you, that little hobbit's nothing but trouble. What's gonna happen on our big Gandalf 6 roll here? Hey there, Irid. Nice to see ya. Oh my goodness, we haven't had one of these in a long time. Look at that, a big old Gandalf 6. Let's see. So this is a FDM style print. So this is the filament style. Usually we're doing something, say, like this. So that's a resin print there. Obviously, you get a whole much more detail from the resin print. Also, this was painted with oils, just like this was. So this is more like a terrain type of a print here. We can show you some of the other terrain that we've done, including, oh, look at this. This is one of the 3 Corsair ships that we painted for, oh, look, our Corsairs of Umbar. We've also painted a whole bunch of Candish yurts for our Candish army. And look at this, some Easterling buildings. So these are all, again, printed with FDM style stuff, whereas our miniatures, even, well, let's see. Where's that? Oh, here, let me grab some of our resin style prints again. Here's another one of those resin prints right there. Even the basing bits also resin printed. So yep, we're using traditional oil paints right out of the tube. We'll show you the big 4, because it's become the big 4, right, Grand Oracle? All right, there's your big 4. So you got Gamblin, Windsor Newton, Richardson, Williamsburg. These 3 over here, they're basically the same when it comes to price, when it comes to quality. This is all good solid stuff. These will set you back more because when it says handmade, that is truly what it is. It's ground by hand, and there's definitely a qualitative difference. Now, we also sometimes do 2D art here, usually on Thursdays. we will be getting back to our flat Thursdays, as we like to call them. Again, this is done with the same oil paints that we are using here. And we use them for everything, whether it's, say, something like this, also painted with the same oil paints, which is the same as, well, this right here, this Watcher in the Water. That is also done with the oils. And of course, our 1/1800 scale ships, also done with the oil paints. 1 second here, let me just move this. There we go. Boy, Grand Oracle, I know I've used the Micro Grand. I'm trying to think the last time I really used those. Oh, by the way, 40 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. It was just primer. On average, these things maybe about 5-ish hours each. Again, here's another one with some more source lighting, because that's old blacksmith forge right there. And the nice thing is that, well, by this time tomorrow night, this guy's most likely going to be dry. So Grand Oracle, this video, where is it? I don't know if you had a chance to watch this one, but we were using the Williamsburg Iridescent Pearl White with this one. So this, we just did a Metals Workshop vid. That's this right here, because remember we wanted to show off the reflected colors, and that was with the interference, or sorry, not the interference, that was with the Iridescent Pearl White, which, this one. There you go. Now, Grand Oracle, there's what was it? Actually, there's some of the, is it Mini Monster Mayhem or Monster Mini Mayhem? So Grand Oracle, that was just a couple of weeks ago. It was one of probably the last 3 videos, I would say. Yeah, that was probably, like I said, within it was this month, that I know. Definitely within the last 2 weeks. Now, let me see if I can, yeah, I'm going to mix a little bit of the yellow with this. And I'm just going to try and make this door a little lighter here. Not so much at the top, because that would sort of be in shadow anyway, right? Yeah, Grand Oracle, that, well, that I can understand. I could certainly emphasize with being behind on just about everything. Yeah, that is not something I'm gonna say. No, there's no such thing as having like 10 million too many things to do, right? It gets just crazy, absolutely nuts. I just wow, these are very different. These actually, the other ones are all recessed. These actually are sticking out here. Yeah, I should probably get some of that down here. So Charmed Fantasy, if there's anything that you want to share in the chat, please go ahead and do that. You got Discord, Blink. I know you just finished your stream, so you really would not, unless you skedaddle off to a photo booth, be tough for you to be able to post anything right away. But if you got some work in progress things or anything you wanted to share, that's all good. I'm heading back to grab some of this, and of course this is where the oils are so advantageous, as I just plop that stuff on there. And I'm gonna grab me something I can use to maybe blend that with. You know what, I might just take this brush here, and we'll get some of the paint off of it here. And then we're just going to push some of that around, because guess what? All that paint is wet. Hashtag no layers. Hashtag no layers. Try and make that a little lighter down in there. Also over here. Also there. So right there, that saves a bunch of time, doesn't it? That could have taken a while. Doesn't have to. We are just using synthetic brushes. I pretty much gave up on sable brushes a long time ago. The quality just kept going down and the price kept going up, and we said, nah. I've used synthetics for many, many, many years, and they are just fine. So now we're getting a door that's got, again, a little bit more of that yellow going. Grand Oracle, yes, in your infinite spare time. Right, that's how we always phrase it. Yes, in that vast amount of spare time that I've got. You know what? I'm gonna throw some of this out there. This is our not uh, Pearline Crimson. Pearline Crimson. This is Series 2, or that's a Series 3. It's part of our Matter series. It's what matters. It's the how much linseed oil. That's what really matters. Right, Grand Oracle? Yes, as we hurl the gauntlet down, the pun gauntlet has been thrown. Who can survive? It is open mic night every night at Club Wappleville here. Of course, again, we also have the Wappleville Sports Network. We cover, again, we just had our sumo report. We've had our early college football report. We cover the news before it is news. Now, this is going to make a big difference here. Yeah, remember that the other one I was showing you? Look at that. This is not quite a pin line wash. It's 70-ish% of the way to a pin line wash. So Grand Oracle, that one was kind of an interesting one because we've kind of figured out, right, that if you're going to do something like that with the true metallic metals, you're just best off not bothering with a pre-glaze. Just go with the darker primer. And Grand Oracle, we're getting closer and closer to that first airbrush tutorial. Yeah, there's never been one of those. There's never been one on the Patreon page. I think there's a couple of them on the YouTube channel, but none specifically. And it's going to involve a lot of the inks, Grand Oracle, and also that stuff from Green Stuff World. Stuff that they probably intended, like their dipping inks. It turns out, Grand Oracle, that those things are actually pretty good for doing for going through the airbrush. Yeah, they're not too shabby for that. Remember I tried them once, Grand Oracle, I don't know if it was a workbench episode or something like that, and I was like, nah, whatever. Because that's kind of when Army Painter did their whole speed paint thing or whatever. And I was like, nah, not really thrilled. But through the airbrush, well, at Grand Oracle, as always, we use things as they were not intended to use. Grand Oracle, I think those probably share a lot in common with the inks. I mean, not two of the same exact thing, but I think they might have some same properties, which is probably why I like those, like the inks. Now again, this is that Rose Madder. That's from Richardson. Again, the concept behind Richardson was that they're trying to be essentially a more affordable Williamsburg. Now, I don't think they've reached that, would you say, Grand Oracle? I don't think they ever will. Because there's kind of a reason sometimes why paint costs more. It's not just sometimes the pigments, but it can be the process too. Actually, Armored Wolf, as I bring out this the rose madder here, and things like the Perline Crimson, your video on alizarin crimson. Oh boy, Grand Oracle, I'll try to have to send you this video that was an Instagram one that Armored Wolf sent me about the history of alizarin crimson, and kind of, again, the history of the pigment, what it was used for, how it was made, and of course what now has to me, I'm really glad that I never invested in alizarin crimson. Guess what's kind of the more flavored or preferred alternative to things like alizarin crimson? It'd be Perlines. Yes, Perline red, Perline crimson. So yeah, Armored Wolf tries to help me out by sending me these historical, again, they're like Instagram, I think, vids, and they discuss the what was it? The mummy. Was it the mummy color there? What was it? Caput mortem? Yeah, the mummy brown. So yeah, those are super, super helpful because now it gives, well, sometimes it gives a reason when we say so, like, wow, we really like this. It works so well for this, this, and this. Well, videos like those ones that Armored Wolf sends, now you can kind of go, oh, well, that would explain it. That explains a lot. Grand Oracle, I think that regular Perline, now this is so Gamlin Perline Red is Series 3. Obviously Perline Crimson, well, we know that's a Series 6. Now, what was the other thing? Oh, the matter colors, right? The purple matter is super cheap. I think brown matter also is a Series 1. Purple matter might be a Series 2. I know that brown matter is just a Series 1. Oh, we got to start using that again. We really have. And it's bare. I don't even know where it is. I can't even find it. It's that buried. You know what? We haven't used this since our test video. We need to start putting this reclaimed rust red out there too. No, actually, that's what I just put out. Right? Yeah. This is the verboten one here at Grand Oracle. The pale rose blush. That because that's got the zinc white in there. Yeah, this is the one. Now, of course, if I'm doing, I don't know, maybe if I'm doing a big old painting or something, I don't know, more traditional, maybe instead of miniatures, kind of like the Holbein paints would probably work really, really well for just regular stuff and not for miniatures. So what was it? Oh, pale rose blush. That was the one where we went, ooh, that's not so fantastic. And it was one of our skin tone videos. Could have been a bust video, I think. I don't think it was a workbench. I think it was or was it a color theory in oils? Yeah, could bounce away. And that's a Richardson. I think other companies might have the rose madder, but, well, needless to say, way more expensive. I think actually Gamlin might also have a rose madder, Grand Oracle. I mean, obviously, well, little quick search on Dick Blick, because I'd be curious. It's just been so long since I conducted that search, I just don't remember. There was a time I could have told you exactly who did or who didn't have rose madder, and if it was super pricey or not. But as I've mentioned, the brain, well, it's pretty much ceased to function. Everything that you're hearing now is just an autonomic response. There's no actual higher consciousness or anything like that. Yeah, that pretty much all just shut down a while ago. I'm going to get a little bit of this Van Dyke brown in between some of our logs there. And we got some other things I think that we'll work on. At least would like to paint one or two of these hay bale bundles because they would go real nice with our Hobbit terrain. Needless to say. So that really changes things in here. We're going to let that set for a bit. Actually, I'm going to try and get the not blackest black around the edge here. I think we'll just maybe use it. We have our regular water here. We used to... Oh, there it is. We'll need that. Grand Oracle. It wasn't that long ago. Check out some of the more recent... Ooh, Grand Oracle. Remember we were talking yesterday how Ryan spent a lot of time working on that, basically a list of a search thing for videos. I'm going to be posting that to the Patreon page tomorrow, Grand Oracle, so hopefully what you can do is just literally type in something like color theory and oil reds, and that would show up, or at least something like it would show up, so it'd be much easier for you to search something like that. And again, I'll be posting that link tomorrow on the Patreon pages. I didn't want to get confused, or people get confused with the video post today. Which, again, that was the latest in our army painting series. That was all about the lizardmen and the skink raptor riders here. That was episode 3. This was episode 2. Get this over here. See how that green, look at that. It looks dark until we put it next to this. All of a sudden, that same exact color. Well, it looks pretty light, doesn't it? That's why I'm doing this, because I need to, this kind of a little bit of a separation here. Now, I don't know if anybody else in the chat has tried working with the AI music generator. Again, I tried the advanced version, and oh my gosh, when you do the AI visual stuff like we do, you can get weird things that are just kind of laugh at.
So say we all.
But when you do the music version, that is painful. It actually hurts your ears sometimes. Thank you so much, Grey Wolf. Appreciate that. Grey Wolf, I don't know. Did I send you those medieval Lord of the Rings art pictures? If I didn't, let me know, and I'll try and send you those tomorrow. But it's something that I definitely want to try. I think I wouldn't mind even doing a tutorial video on those. Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing that, because they're really, really nifty. So, Grey Wolf Studio, great to see you. Happy Friday and all. And of course, I hope everything is going really, really well. There. Boom. There we go. All right. Wow, look at that. Look at how it changes this so much. That is unbelievable to see. So yeah, Grey Wolf, I'll send you those pictures. Oh, let me just grab this. Obviously, this is acrylic here, so we have to get this stuff out of here as soon as possible. Good. There's a paper towel. Okay. Just gonna move this out of the way here. Let me see if... okay, here we go. I think I can find them relatively... Whoops, nope, not that. Here they are. So, again, kind of that Byzantine medieval style art there. Was it Frodo and Sam? That one would be certainly very fun. Oh, looky there. There's the Shire. Oh, there's Gandalf versus the Balrog. So yeah, I'll try to get you those. And of course, Grey Wolf, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. And of course, hello to everybody else there, in case you have company while you're watching here. Yeah, we needed to get these a little lighter on the ends here. There we go. Also here on our little chopping stump there. So old Grey Wolf, there's been lots and lots of leaks about MESBG. The latest leaks were all about magic and the heroic actions. So it's kind of confirmed that these are adjustment as far as the system goes. The rules themselves, it's more of an adjustment as opposed to a tear down. However, some of those adjustments are pretty big. There we are. Get some of this up here. Off over here too. Oh, let's not forget this. Let's not forget that part of the doorway there. And boy, that's getting super orangey right there, which is okay because actually we need that to contrast with all the lumber here. Yes, because it's our lumber hobbit. I gotta find one of my because one of my Gallagher's, he had a plaid outfit on. I could swear there's oh gosh, there's a Hobbit. It's not the unless it is the printing goes ever on. But one of our Hobbits, I swear, has an axe. Thanks, Grey Wolf. Again, it's the. We'll see also too. It depends what happens with the movies. If the movies are not successful, this is going to be The Hobbit Part 2, or Hobbit 2.0, or whatever you want to call it. So yeah, those movies don't do well. That's going to actually probably do more mischief to it than, say, any particular rules change. Again, with all the stuff they wiped out, that was definitely not helpful. That was not super helpful at all. Where's the one I was just? Yeah, I think this is the one I was just using. I'll take some of my Van Dyke brown here. Let's get in between these rocks now, or the flagstones. Sorry. Just like we did here, and that's starting to set pretty well over there. Let's keep going. And then we'll also get some texture on the flagstones here that hopefully can help to do, again, another little bit more Skorovka on all those layer lines. I guess the next thing I have to see is will our Moria terrain fit on camera here? Because I've also printed, I have to find the original Moria terrain that I printed out as well. I think that's just out in the garage, still waiting to get hit with the spray cans. And of course, Grey Wolf, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So Grey Wolf, this is it's going to be an interesting Saturday. Of course, a lot of focus on dogs and Vols, but don't sleep on that. And it is in the shoe, right? Right, Grey Wolf? That Ohio State, Indiana. Oh, and this is hey, Elite. This is it. So you have Indiana 10-0 for the first time in the entire history of the school, going back like over 100 years, I think. And they're ranked number 5. Ohio State has a loss. They're ranked number 2 because they lost, well, barely lost to Oregon, and we won't mention too much about that because that was a game they probably shouldn't have lost, right, Grand Oracle? Everybody, please check out that Pinterest link that Arid just shared, and of course, Arid Can Wife Saturday, 7 p.m. Pacific. We'll be doing another stream, painting more of the dice towers, right, Arid? Oh, sorry. Sorry about that, Grey Wolf. I'm looking at the 23rd. I was trying to find out when Alabama and Alabama Auburn were going to play. Sorry about that, Grey Wolf. Now, Grey Wolf, they're still doing that. You remember what happened the first time they tried to do that, right? They had to only use half the field because the end zone was too close to the wall. Because I've seen, I don't know if they've changed the layout. I'm not sure how they can. Now, the Bears, of course, played there for decades. I think there, the way they had the field going, it was from dugout to dugout. So literally, the players came out from the dugouts out onto the field, and sometimes if let's just say if there was a late hit towards the end zone, you went back into the dugout again, against your will. So yeah, that was pretty crazy. I don't know. I don't know if it was who Northwestern was playing that first time around, but that went all kinds of pear shape. Yeah, the way they've got it now is that one end zone is down by home plate, and the other end zone kind of goes out to center and right field. So yeah, Google that. It's pretty crazy. All right, we're gonna get some lighter stuff going on here. Now, for all the folks that will live out in Reapertown there, out in Denton, Texas, I guess they're going to be a little bit disappointed because North Texas, that's another kind of a burgeoning rivalry that's happening. Them and UTSA, they played in the Alamo Dome. That would be University of San Antonio for those wondering what in the world's in UTSA. University of Texas, San Antonio. There's our light on the ends of those logs. Need some light over here. Is that one of the early games tomorrow? That's got to be, oh yeah, 11, well, I think noon here. Of course, there's another big game that has a lot of implications. That's SMU versus BC. The first truly meaningful game for Southern Methodist in decades, probably. And we're going to get some of our light here on our chopping block, so to speak. I just reinforced the axe there with the hot glue of all things. Let me see if I can get on in here with this brush here. There's some threads there. We're gonna make that a little interesting. Try to get a little something on these. There we go, on the nails there. And I mean, Mizzou, South Carolina. Wow, it's interesting to see South Carolina 23rd. That was a team that was, I think, maybe top 15 and then instantly was out of the top 25 altogether. They don't necessarily have the best record, but they've beaten. Well, I think they beat up on the Aggies on the road too. I think no less. Again, the College Football Report brought to you by the Wappleville Sports Network. I'm just going to go to this other brush here, so we'll make this easier. There. Also here. Sure, let's lighten this up too. Let's lighten that up. Now we need the edge of this. Let me see, I gotta get some of my Terra Rosa in there. Delicate balance here. Too much thinner. Not gonna be bueno. Because got some serious layer line action going on here. Because, well, FDM. Do I see what I think I see? I think I see the line creative. Hey there, Majar, how you doing? Nice to see you again, Uncle Trash. Welcome in to our Raiders. Everybody please give the Lion Creative a follow. So Lion, if you want to share anything in the chat, you know the deal. Go ahead and say that. So great to see you again there, Majar. I'm going to zoom out so you can see. So Uncle Trash, more Hobbit holes. This is actually Hobbit hole number 5. Yeah, this is the 5th Hobbit hole. This was, I think, our 2nd one right here. Now, this is our first one over here. I think, Majar, you've seen a couple of these. I think, actually, Lion, you might have seen 1 or 2 of these. Look at that. Look at that. It's Bilbo Bananigans. You remember him? Right, Lion? Yeah, you can't mistake Bilbo Bananigans. Yes, indeed. And, of course, let's not forget Bilbo Stabbins and his pumpkin patch. Don't mess with Bilbo Stabbin and his pumpkin patch. Don't do that. We painted up another one of our Hobbit holes, plus another one of our farm fields here. Last night we got more farm fields to do. Where's our one from last night? So speaking of farms, this one's going to have some livestock in it. Look at that. Here, well, so there you go. And we're going to be painting up. We got some cows. We got some chickens. We've got even some goats. They'll go into that one too.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
Agree with. I keep thinking that you have to get a ring wraith with a pumpkin head or something like that, and he would be the great pumpkin. Thank you so much, Brutal Burrito. Appreciate that. It's like, all right, Baggins. I see you in there. He's gonna put on the ring. I bet you. Don't you put on that ring. Yeah, I can still see you. It's like, seriously, that's what you're gonna do. That is the rudest hobbit ever. Thank you so much. Now, we did just have on our first roll, we had a big old Gandalf 6 right there. Okay, I'm not sure how they're changing magic. 1 still can't be good with magic, but he did not roll his 1. So he is safe. He is safe. So thank you so much, Uncle Trash. Appreciate that. Where's our... oh, and then, of course, here is the... there's our blacksmith's forge right there. Look at that. And of course, again, the roof comes off. You can see the difference there between the flagstones. And, well, so we got to find, I'm pretty sure there's a hobbit with an axe that we could have as the lumberjack here. But this is Gallagher. Once per game, he smashes the pumpkin. Everybody, friend or foe, within 3 inches is completely paralyzed. We've got, again, we got some hobbits. As you want to mess with their stuff, man, don't mess with their stuff. Where's the, oh, here he is. Here he is. So that's half pint right there. He is immune to all things terror causing because, well, let's just say he's had 1 or 2 refreshment and he found out that they do come in pints. So these buildings are from Miniature Land. They actually do some really neat other stuff too. Lots of ships and everything else. Now all of these farm fields you're seeing, those are from Conquest Creations. We will be painting. Let me see if I can grab this here. This also is from Conquest Creations. Now it doesn't have the rounded roof like these Hobbit holes do, but still it's got a lot of nifty things. It's got a couple of glowy lamps there. So this is another one of our Hobbit holes that we're going to be painting. We still have another one of our Miniature Land ones here to paint. So this is what we'll be painting tomorrow on stream. Look at that, more veggie tables over there. Yeah, that one's got some veggie tables. Yeah, Grey Wolf, well, we might have 1 or 2 ring wraith miniatures here, right? I'm going to take a wild stab at that. Oh, Grand Oracle, we're still rocking the Puro Orange. So that is I guess you could say it would be a color theory and oils episode coming up. But yeah, that Puro Orange, it's sort of like Cadmium Scarlet. Now, of course, it's a Series 5, which means it's potentially more expensive than Cadmium Scarlet. So I guess it should do a really good job. But the thing is, I think it dries much quicker, actually, Grand Oracle. Now, of course, I don't know if Williamsburg does have Puro Orange. However, I think it's, a Series 7 or something like that? I mean, it is like, it's almost Yin Min Blue territory, or at least Quinacridone Golden Brown. So Lion Creative, again, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. And Majar, I hope that you're doing super well. Great to see you back, of course. Now, of course, we will be getting back to Armada Mondays. One of the other things I got to do after the stream is to get the next aircraft carrier printed out. I don't know if it's going to be, I don't think it's one of the Kidu Butai carriers, though. I don't think it is, I don't think it's Kaga, and I don't think it's Hiryu or Soryu. So yeah, I don't think it's one of the Kidu Butai. So Electric Uncle Trash. There's a few of my regular Patreons, like Davale, Titan Forge, Printing Goes Ever On. Probably has, again, it's arguably I get it for the Lord of the Rings miniatures. Printing Goes Ever On does a ton of terrain. Almost every release has some kind of terrain in it. Sometimes a huge portion of the release is terrain. Titan Forge is another one that will have terrain as part of their release. Davale, sort of. Kurzlook, sometimes. But if you're looking for like the combo platters, Titan Forge, Printing Goes Ever On, they actually will have that combination of miniatures and terrain in their releases. Hey there, Jat. Geez, Majar, sorry that it was not a great day. That it was a infinitely less than great day. So sorry about that. Hopefully, we can make it a little bit more enjoyable here for you. And here's hoping that Saturday and Sunday are a whole bunch better. Grand Oracle. Is it another one of my faves? Actually, Loot Studios Grand Oracle was, I think, maybe Printing Goes Ever On and Loot Studios were the and Titan Forge were the first three. What do you want to call them? STO Patreons that I ever signed up for. Loot Studios is great because it has miniatures, busts. Well, okay, that's from Loot Studios. That's an old one. That's from Loot Studios. There's another. Actually, this one's old from Loot Studios too. That's also from Loot Studios. And again, they have busts. They have terrain. I don't know if I have a Loot Studios bust. But I mean, they really have a great variety of stuff. This also is Loot Studios. I've even FDM style printed basically a planter. Yeah, a pot. And again, sometimes they have props. So also Hartolia miniatures. Printable scenery. Printable scenery is another good one. But Hartolia miniatures, that they were the ones that did all of our Easterling terrain and then some. Nope, that's my reference. I want my buildings. There we go. I've painted 5 of these on stream. We've got a ton more to do. But again, Printing Goes Ever On. I mean, that is sensational stuff. Absolutely love Printing Goes Ever On. Hey there, Velfera. Well, Velfera, I'll try to shoot you a message after the stream. Well, you'll probably be passed out. Sorry that it's been another one of those rough. It's been a mustard kind of day, Velfera. So Velfera, I think I got to sleep at about 8:20 or so this morning. Because of course, at about 7 something this morning, that is when I signed on to a AI music generation site. So I gotta basically do everything I can in a year on that site. I gotta make every type of music that I can over the next year, and then probably cancel that membership. Grey Wolf, I don't know. Let's see. I think I first signed on probably in 2020, Grey Wolf. Now, of course, this is the other thing about Loot Studios. They have, I think it's called Loot Coins or something like that. And basically, the longer you stay with them, you accrue these coins, and you can buy files with these coins. Now, of course, I am years behind on Loot Studio stuff to print out. I swear I actually have to hook up that third printer just to print up all the Loot Studio stuff. That sounds pretty cool there, Uncle Trash. That sounds very cool. So again, everybody please give Lion Creative a follow. And of course, again, Lion, you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead. Gotta get that orange over here. Let's not forget. Hey, Insantium, how you doing? Insantium, would you believe it or not, I only just saw the email from them last night. It's basically reminding me that I hadn't downloaded those files. So Insantium, I only got the briefest. Actually, I didn't even download them yet. I only saw. I'm sure there's like a Morgan Le Fay. I'm sure there's a Guinevere. I'm sure there's an Arthur, a Lancelot. The other thing about Loot Studios is that they hollow their stuff really well. So again, yeah, they do a really good job on even the miniature itself is hollowed. So you don't use up too much resin. Even though their stuff is bigger, you don't use up too much resin. There's also 32 millimeter option of each one. And then again, they'll take what, 4 heroes and 4 enemies, and they will turn those into busts, something like that, right? Yeah. So Loot Studios is another really great one. You can't go wrong with that. It's to me, it's kind of a bargain. I think you get a whole bunch for your money with Loot Studios. So Insantium, I'm guessing they have the usual, what, 4 heroes, 4 enemies. So I'm guessing that Mordred is one of the enemies in Santium. So that's what's yeah, I'm gonna have to get those downloaded. I've been focused on printing out piles of coins and treasure for the Smaug basing. I think those are now cured, so I don't know if I'll have time tomorrow to be filming. Well, Sunday. That's when I will film the rest of the Smaug video, because we did all of the gap filling and sculpting and all the other kind of stuff on Smaug. Now I have to do the basing. So see, Jet and Greywood Studios can all attest to Loot Studios is pretty good stuff. And like I said, it's the longest running. I think it might even be longer than Printing Goes Ever On. In fact, I think it was the first one I ever signed up for. And I also think that their files are the easiest ones to get. Wouldn't you say that it's kind of easier to get? There's a lot of the ones that I do for my Lord of the Rings stuff. It's a chore trying to get your files. Now, I have not seen that in Santium. In Santium, as I had my college football on, just YouTube, it was just somebody was live streaming the game. There was a commercial for Loot Studios, and there was a big old dragon, a big old castle. Obviously, it's part of this, part of the Arthurian release. It has to be. Gonna try and get him some of my lighter orange right here, because well, it's closest to the fireplace there. Hey there, it's Ranual. Nice to see you there, it's Ranual. Happy Saturday. Maybe not quite as much of the orange there. So again, we posted the latest episode of our army painting series. It was episode 3 of series 43. That's our lizard men. So go check that out. Again, if you sign up for the army painter level, you got yourself over 2,000 hours worth of videos to watch. That is not an exaggeration. That's probably an underestimation, believe it or not. especially since I'm adding roughly 20 hours of new videos every single month. We film them faster than you can watch them. It's gonna have to be a new catchphrase. And some more of our orange there again, all created by our little firelight over there. Speaking of firelight, Artemichael, hopefully you don't have too much fire going on over there. I think you have some, a little bit of drought relief going on, Artemichael. So hopefully not so much with the red flag warnings and all that kind of stuff. Thranduil, it's pretty crazy. Again, I think it's safe to say go with every video is 2 hours long, because there's a bunch of them that are shorter, but there's enough of them that are longer, I think, to kind of make that even, especially just for math purposes, a little bit easier. Just go with the 2 hours. Let's see, 42. Well, each army painting series is 5 episodes long, and we're on series 42. There's 110 workbench episodes. There's somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 or 60 color theory and oils episodes. There's about 70 some odd basing episodes. There's almost 100 dark sword episodes. There's at least a 14 or 15 diorama videos. There's probably now about 16 terrain workshop videos. We got printing workshop. We've got our chapter studies videos with our space marines. Thank you so much, Edward. Appreciate that. Not sure why you're not getting your sound. Thanks, Edward.
So say we all.
Now, there it is. That was weird. That was kind of a delay there. So thank you so much, Edward. Appreciate that. That is 22 months worth. That is almost 2 dozen right there. So thank you so much, Ed. Appreciate that. That is a huge, huge help, of course. Jet, was that the one? That was the big dragon. Yes, remember? Well, and now, finally, you feel good enough to actually maybe paint that sucker, too. So, yeah, these were so much fun. Thranduil, these are, sorry, Ansibal, these were so much fun. I do have a third nest that I haven't had a chance to put on a base yet. Wow, they went nuts. They went 7 heroes and 8 enemies. Well, it makes sense. Actually, Grand Oracle, I was wondering how. Wait a minute, that's quite a few characters for only just 4. Well, they still got to drop down to, I think, 4 for the busts, right? I think 4 for each. So again, thank you so much for the sub. Subs are huge, tremendous help. Appreciate that. Of course, all the bits and the subs, the follows, the cheers, all of those things really, really make a big difference. Well, all of those, those files we're talking about. Yeah, the only way I can get those is if people are kind of generous, like Edward there, and say, here, okay, go get yourself those terrain files or whatever it is, like those coins, those treasure piles. I just went on to My Mini Factory. There was only a matter of about 15 minutes to look for them, download them, and then start turning them into build plates so that those could be printed so that I could do that basing video, which again, that's going to be filmed probably Sunday. For that epic-sized Smaug, the largest thing that I've ever filmed by far. Well, at least the current iteration. I did try to film, it was those half-size busts from Blackheart Models. So 4 bus, Arthur, Guinevere, Morgan, and the Black Knight. So see you later there, Jet. Oh, see you later there, Ansible. Or sorry, Majar. Sorry about that. Have yourself a good night's sleep. Appreciate you being here. And again, I hope that tomorrow's a whole lot better. Hopefully, we kind of made the day end a little bit on an up note. Sometimes that's about all you can ask for, is that the day just kind of ends on a little bit of an up note, even if it was not so super as it was happening. Yeah, so I saw all the good night things there, and I got confuzzled. So my apologies there. Now I can get a little bit of my orange there. Now let's go super, super light for the interior of that fire. Because, yeah, that's not quite our lightest light. Actually, nowhere near our lightest light. This will be, because that is the fluoro yellow combined with the fast matte white. I would have to say this is Jack's Thranual, because I've got to. I know I have a Hobbit that has an axe, because as you can as you can see, this is basically the lumberjack's Hobbit hole there. Now, Grand Oracle, do they need to create an emoticon for you? I think I had. I don't know what it was. I think I had actually. It might have been a couple thousand, because I had no idea. I had no idea about that thing at Loot Studios, so I had years worth. What, like 4 years worth of? So that's 48 months worth right there. Yeah, and I still have some to spend. I think I still have at least 800 or 900 left. So yeah, Thranual, I gotta find. It might be one of the Printing Goes Ever On ones, because Printing Goes Ever On, he tends to do even more. Yeah, because he's got like umbrellas and stuff. I just, unfortunately, I don't know where all of the Printing Goes Ever On Hobbit stuff is. I think I put all of the Hobbit stuff together in the same bin or something like that. So hopefully I'll be able to find that. Because we gotta at least do Jack the Lumberjack, because that's a super creative name. That's takes a lot of innovation to come up with something like that. That's true thought right there. I spent exactly 0 time on that, and it shows. Let me get a little bit of our. Wow, actually, I've kind of gone super light there. All right, that's a little lighter than I thought it was then. Oh, and by the way, we've only been doing this for 98 minutes. Just throwing it out there. Yeah, it's 98 minutes worth. Oh, you know what? Let me. No, we never did do any clean-ins on that. All right. Well, let's get the Mars Yellow Deep, the Radiant Green, a little bit of our Corbet Green, and now let's start doing it. I almost forgot about this here. This is all going to get covered, if you recall, with all kinds of flock and foliage and everything else. So we're not super worried about precise details here on this bit. I do want to get this a little bit lighter up on the top, though, so more of a radiant. A bit of that yellow. And then we'll do some glaze things here on dormers, because that's going to hide some of the layer lines. In addition to all of the flock and such, that'll do the same thing. Let's hit this out here. That is definitely the stuff that Nobel laureates are made of, right, Thranual? That's for all you young kids out there. See, you put in the effort, you get results just like that. You get maximum results from minimum effort. Now let's get that thinner into this. And then we will take something as a blender. What is that? Actually, I don't think that actually has any paint on it. It's just one of our crafty brushes there. So now, kind of hide some of those layer lines. Nasty, tricksy layer lines. Also over here. And over the top. We can't forget the roof. There's not much to it. Not much to the roof, though. So we can get to that soon enough. Alright, gonna get to a more detailed action over here on this stuff. But I tell you, these handles, there's no way we could do these things without these handles. And those are from Battlecraft Supplies. Some of our fast mat weight into the, I think that's actually the Venetian red there. Nah, a little more of it. A little more. Remember this, but with the layer lines here, we have to be aware just how much thinner we're putting into this. Too much thinner, it's gonna just spread around all over the place. Which is funny because there's sometimes where we're doing that literally on purpose, putting almost an excess amount of thinner in there, like here, because I wanted to fill up those layer lines. Okay, now we go. Now we got something working there. Do we have enough? Okay. Just again, want to get some of the wood texture. This axe is in the way quite a bit. So Grand Oracle, now of course the other problem is too, if you've been on that long enough, you pretty much have most of the stuff already. Now I don't know how long they've been around before, say, mid-2020. But I'm pretty sure you've been with them longer than that, and you just might have everything already. It's getting to be a little bit lighter than I wanted it to be, so I'm going to do a little reversal there with some of the asphaltum, and there, okay, there we go. It's like, that's starting to get pretty light there. Here, don't mind it getting a little bit lighter down there, then back to the asphaltum.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gumdrop.
We have to welcome in our newest little hobbit. It's Momos. How you doing, Momos? So this is, you tell me this, is this Jack Baggins here? I wonder if Bilbo took the ring over here. Clearly he doesn't have any of his treasure over here. We found out about that yesterday, didn't we? Yeah. Took all the trolls' treasure. I don't know, that's a safe thing to do because they might want it back. Where is he? Where is that? It's like, whoa, wait a minute. Wait, trolls can have treasure. All I got was a stupid hammer. Thanks so much. It's Bobos. Appreciate that. We've already had 1-6 on our big Gandalf 6 here. Wow, this is going to be a record-setting evening. Look at that. That's a second one. 2 out of 3. Come up Gandalf. Look at that. Oh, thank you so much. It's Momos. Appreciate you being here. And of course, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, and Momos, if you want to see all the other Hobbit holes we've been talking about, they're all saved as highlights. They're all saved as highlights. You can go back and then you can just kind of watch them all. Obviously, the chat's kind of set in stone there, but yes, it's kind of like a YouTube channel, just with no ads. Because I'm pretty sure there's no ads when you watch a highlight, right? I can't imagine that there is. I can see it, okay, you're tuned into a stream, maybe you get hit with an ad or something, but I'm pretty sure you can watch all those highlights and not have to deal with ads. I also am going to be taking some of these and making them a bit shorter and turning these into YouTube vids. Actually, I think I'm going to be doing that with the one from last. Is it going to be Is it going to be this one? No, I think it's going to be. Oh, it's going to be our Forge, or maybe it is this one. So again, this is the one we did last night. You can see. Again, we got a cozy little hearth in there. Oh, look at that. Place for some livestock there. Because this is what, number 5? Yeah, this is Hobbit House number 5. Oh, and of course, let's not forget our farm fields. Yeah, don't mess with Bilbo Stabbins and his pumpkin patch. Don't do that. That's not smart. This we also painted last night. The farm fields, these are from Conquest Creations, also done on an FDM printer. Now, once all these, well, they're all pretty much dry, that's where we're going to hit them with all that flock and foliage. So where we need some dirt, right, that's where we're going to use this stuff. Because, well, look at this. I mean, it basically looks like dirt. I mean, look at the residue on my hands there. I mean, it's basically dirt residue. We have all kinds of fun foliage. We're going to try and do static grass on these. So, believe it or not, this is just phase 1. Oh, we got a whole nother phase to go yet on these things. Well, Grey Wolf, I'll try to download those tonight. And then I'll try to, well, obviously, I don't think I'll be able to print them by tomorrow, but at least I can kind of look at those and maybe do some screen caps of the renders for you or something like that, and then you can kind of see what they look like. Gotta get, oh, there we go. There we are. Again, what would you pay for a self-painting brush like this? Some might say hundreds. We don't believe in that kind of price. We say it shouldn't be hundreds, it should be thousands. And that'll be a new Kickstarter coming up at some point in the future. Yes, indeed. Then we'll be able to buy all the STL files. We'll only have to sell one of our self-painting brushes, and we'll be able to get all the files we want. Now here I gotta get some rings painted on here. Let's do that. You know what? I should get me a little bit more of the yellow in that. Come on, there we go. I do think so, Grand Oracle. I do think so. Thank you so much for that raid, Otto. How you doing there, Otto? Everybody please give Otto 40k a follow. So, well, now it's a happy Saturday. It just turned into a happy Saturday here. So, a happy Saturday there, Otto. And, of course, you want to share anything in the chat? Like always, please go ahead. Well, at Grand Oracle, of course, on a college football field, right? You got some larger players lumbering down the sideline. Yeah, we got that too. So, Otto 40k, I hope that you're doing well. We're going to zoom out a bit here so you can see some of the Hobbit foliage that we've got. Look at that. Uh, Less than 2 hours ago, this had no paint on it whatsoever. Here's some of our other Hobbit holes that we painted. These are super fun. Each one has a little different theme. Right here, here's look at this. This one's got Bilbo Bananigans. Hey there, Sarge, how you doing? Look at that. There he is, Bilbo Bananigans. He's always up to shenanigans. Who would have thought? So thank you so much, Sarge. Appreciate that. Thanks, Sarge. So yeah, thanks, Otto. Appreciate that. And of course, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Let me see. Do we have our? I think you saw. I think you saw some of the ring rates, right, on Felbeast that we were painting, and of course, we did 2 of these great eagles with their nests. Same oil paints as what we're using here, of course, because reasons. And then I think you saw things like our Watcher in the Water that we painted. We did 11 Felbeasts on ring rates. We're also going to welcome in the... Hey, look at this. We have Ion Pickaxe. Look at that. We have an axe for Ion Pickaxe. How you doing there, Axe? Nice to see you. Thank you so much, Zhang, for the raid. And Otto, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So, hey there, Sandwich. How you doing? And Novasword Gaming, welcome back. So we are painting more of these Hobbit holes, Zhang. Here, we're going to zoom out again so we can show off some of those. Again, here is a very recent one that we did. I think this is number 5. So this is a blacksmith forge right here. See, it's got a nice little interior as it is. Then we've got ourselves, we just did another Hobbit hole last night that had some farm fields here. Pumpkins, all kinds of yummy vegetables. This is last night's stream over here. This is a kind of a little bit of a stable right there. Look at that. We can even get, oh, look at this. Here's a fun little cow. Look at that. He just sits right in there. Look at that. Very nice. We got chickens. We got goats. We got all kinds of stuff to put in our little farmstead right here. So that's just paint pickaxe. We like to call this the object source lighting channel. So here, let's zoom back in again, and we'll show some of the. There we go. Now you can see a little bit closer. Yeah, it doesn't matter what the color of the light source is. You know. Oh look, here's more. Doesn't matter what the color of the light source is. We like doing glowy things. We like to paint all the glowy stuff here. We got other glowy things. Oh, like our Wapilia spell brush. Here's another multi-light source right there. So yeah, glowy things, super fun, of course. Can't get enough glowy stuff. And well, we do a lot of different things, whether it's fantasy like this. Oh, look, here's a bust that also has some glowy stuff on it. Oh, thanks, I appreciate that. We did also, in addition to everything else, and of course our 1800 scale ships, we also did another one of our Tomb King chariots there. Oh, look, here's another light source there. Look, it even has a nice little cast shadow. And of course, what is the thing we always like to recommend? We have these little lights, all different kinds here. Look at this. So look, we got a red one here. You say, I need to figure out, oh, look at that. There's a cast shadow. I mean, literally, it shows the cast shadow. You say, I don't want to have to guess at where that light's going to go. Oh, look, it shows you where it hits the figure. You could potentially even just take a picture of the figure. You know, here's a green one right here. It says, okay, where is it hitting this? Where's it going to hit this? We call it the Oracle of the Flashlight, and there's all different kinds. There's all different types of those. And the other thing you can use those for, of course, is to illuminate your terrain. 1 second here. Let me see if we can find this real quick for you here. Ah, that's what we want. Let's see. Ah, here we go. So you can also use those lights in your terrain. So that's like physical terrain with those little lights in there. You can see what it looks like in the daytime. And there it is at nighttime. So everybody please check out that link that Grey Wolf Studio just posted. Well, here's some more. Again, some more busts done again with the oil paints. And the others, again, some more source lighting right there. And here's some of those ring race that we've been doing. Oh, here's another little example of the source lighting on all of our Moria goblins, a Moria dragon right there. So yeah, we love to do the object source lighting. So thank you, I appreciate that. Now, Zhang, were you doing, was it bricks tonight or was it Gundam tonight? I did not have a chance to look around to see what you were doing, so yeah, I don't know if you're doing bricks or Gundam tonight. And of course, as always, Zhang, you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Now, you want to see some of those other terrain pieces. All you got to do is go to the highlights section of the Twitch channel here, and you can watch all of those in their entirety. It's kind of like a YouTube channel. Also, too, we've been painting more of our 1/1800 scale ships, which I think we've got. Oh, here's again more of the terrain that we've painted on stream right there. That's some of our Easterling terrain. We appreciate that follow. Thank you so much, Ion. Thank you so much. Like, okay, I know you're in there. I know you're not at your regular house, Baggins, but I know you're in here. Yeah, I can see you. If you weren't cooking while you were wearing the ring, I wouldn't be able to see you. Sometimes I don't think he's the smartest hobbit in the world. We've actually had 2 6s on our big Gandalf 6 here already tonight. What are you going to have here? Look at this. That's 3 out of 4 Gandalf 6s. I think that sets a record. That is a new record for a stream. So Thranduil, let's see. There's going to be another episode 3 on the rats is probably coming up next week there, Thranduil. So thank you so much, Ion. Appreciate that. What we're trying to do right over here, see how we're trying to get some texture on these logs here where they've got the rings. Speaking of the ring, I can go a little lighter here. And again, this is all done with oil paints, start to finish. And this thing will, if it's not completely dry by this time tomorrow, it's going to be about 90% dry. Certainly dry enough for me to handle because, again, this one, less than 24 hours ago, I was still painting that. And as you can see, I got it in my hand here. Now, it doesn't hurt that that's FDM style printed terrain, which means it's a little bit more absorbent. Erda Michael, I don't know if you had a chance to share anything in the chat yet, but please go ahead and do that. Yeah, I don't think you've had a chance to share anything in the chat yet. Thank you so much, Yorkie. Appreciate that. So does Gandalf, of course. So, well, I guess it's just going to be a quick hit and run visit right here. He's like, dude, if you get off of me, you're never getting back on again. He's like, yeah, I kind of sense that. We do have another we have 2 more Gandalfs on Shadowfax. It's like, I was thinking Shandorf. I still think Gandalfax. Thank you so much, Yorkie. Well, we've had 2 in a row of these. We've had 2 in a row, 3 out of 4. Well, speaking of 4, there's a 4. So thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that, Yorkie. Yeah, Art of Michael, well, I guess you can kind of, depending on how Gandalf smells, you always rely on your nose, right? Then you can tell if Gandalf is on party business or not. Yeah, you take a whiff and you say, oh boy, somebody's on party business right now. There we are. And of course, we got tons of different stuff that we have painted on stream, right? We had a lot of fun painting these with all of the freehand designs. We will be, actually, I'm going to be doing, oh, this is a part of a tutorial series on the Patreon page. We're going to be painting more of our snakes here on stream as well. Did I get there? No, I can, wow, I didn't think I could get that much later on this, but I can. Also, I can get a little bit more of the, a little more of that texture in there too. I didn't think I could. Oh, probably because it's very flat, that's why. I was expecting way more layer lines to be interfering with this, but not so much. Again, the oils that we're using, regular artist oils right out of the tube. We don't use very much of them. That's another reason why why these things are dry so much quicker than, say, some folks might think. Get back to some of my lighter stuff here. Let's get some of our white. We're gonna lighten up this wall. Then we want to get some of those some of the cracks in the stucco, like we've done on all the other ones. That's not a dry brush, because all the paint underneath there is most definitely wet. So when we do this, it's actually mixing. You can see the darker color on the end of that brush. And I'm just kind of stabbing at the thing here. You can see how that's mixing with what's there. Hashtag no layers. See you later, Grey Wolf. Thanks so much for being here. Yeah, Grey Wolf, I'll just shoot you. There's a bunch of pictures that I think you'll enjoy. So I'll send you some of those. And Grey Wolf, I think the 20th is when I think I got confirmation on that. The stickers, those test stickers, and the keychains, those are supposed to show up on Sunday. So, or on the 20th. So as soon as those show up, I'll shoot you a picture of those. Thranuel, did I tell you that the next door neighbors, they basically gave me their smoke machine? They said, well, you're the one that figured out how to use it. We don't need it at our house any other day except for Halloween, and we know you need it to film stuff. So yeah, I have a smoke machine, Thranuel, for doing obviously mist, battle smoke, whatever. It's gonna be crazy. Now we need to get some non-object source light here on our little fireplace. Again, all of this that's here, that's all wet. So this is me. Look at that. See that darker stuff on the end of the brush? That is paint that's already sitting here. That's paint that's already on there. We're letting it mix like you do. We do have the roof, wherever that's hiding. There it is. So that's the roof. And you know what? While I'm thinking about it, let's mess with the roof here. I did find out, Thranuel, that it does indeed generate some heat, so you don't want to get hit by it. The liquid that goes in there, found out that kind of gets everywhere, and when it does get somewhere, it's very hard to just kind of wash away. It's some stubborn stuff. It can be a little bit persnickety. There. Again, this is the same brush. I was just doing that dry brushy thing on the interior. Nothing super fancy here. Let's get some stuffs going on this here. chimney. That is more of a pin line wash approach there. We'll let that set and then we'll come back and we'll do some lighter stuff. Well, mid-tones, lights, whatever. Let's make those two mesh together. All right. Somewheres I have this brush and this lighter green that is gonna just go on here real quick like. And all of this is gonna get covered with flock, foliage, even static grass. Hoping to do the thing where I am able to essentially put a static charge on this building. Only one way to know. We're gonna test it, and that's all gonna be on camera too. So that'll be yet another one of our live. Well, it's not live as in streamed, but all of the videos are one take. There is no, oh, that didn't go so well, let's reshoot that. On that tutorial, if it's an experiment and the experiment goes boom, you get to see the explosion. Now we need to get a little bit more of that dark up here. Where's some of that, well, no, that's not Perlene black. That's not our dark green. That is the Courbet green. Slightly warmer version of that Perlene black. Now, it's a little bit of glaze there. And of course, this is FDM printed here, which means there's going to be a bunch of layer lines. I mean, you can see them. You can literally see the layer lines there. Again, that's why we're going to do a little bit of Moskarovka on that with all that foliage goodness. Leaves, grass, flock, you name it. There, all right. Well, again, that's not rocket science. That is not rocket science there. I do need something lighter here on a couple of the, let me try to maybe get more of the white there. Of course, with the oils, less is more. More is way too much. That's why we do employ sometimes things like the dry brush technique. Sometimes we call it the plop and push, where we just slap some paint on there, take another brush that has no paint on it, and then use that to blend colors together sometimes. Now I'm going to take this roof away, and we'll just let that have a chance to set. Get back to this here. Can we get some more dark in? I think we can get some more dark in the firelit area there. Yeah, Thranio, it's the ones where we're trying out new materials, especially. Remember the foam clay, Thranio? We did a basing thing there. Wonder, is that something that could substitute for Daz air dry clay? And remember, that's where we ended up with Nerf bases, because they literally bounced. Yeah, that was one of those experiments where it's well, might work really well for cosplay, not so much for basing. And then more recently, there was the Sculpey air dry clay, which as I was using it, it was spectacular. Absolutely loved it. Actually liked it better than the Daz air dry clay. There was one minor difference. It didn't just shrink, it shrank noticeably to the point where it's just about unusable for what we would want it for. So that was another one of those harsh lessons. Only found out after I'd filmed all the video to let it dry overnight. And I went, guys, guess what happened overnight? So yeah, much as that was really nice for the sculpting portion, still not usable. That was really nifty stuff. I mean, by comparison, I noticed almost no shrinking it all from the dazzler or dry clay. No idea why there would be that dramatic of a difference. Okay, now here again, we've almost holding the brush on the end of the brush so that I can just try and get that little bit of light right along the edge there. There we go. Let's see, 2 hours, 10 minutes ago, this had precisely no paint on it at all. None, nada, zilch, whatever. There's no paint on this. Even the ring race that we painted, I think those were all done in about 4.5 to 5 hours apiece. No fooling around here. It happens quick. Well, Ian, hopefully some of the vids that you see either as the highlights, or there's also YouTube vids. So yeah, you can go to the YouTube channel. There's other stuff there. Sometimes we'll take these sessions and we'll trim those down. Actually, this one's on the YouTube channel. I think this was about a 4.5 hour session. I cut it down to about 2 hours or so. So yeah, this also again done with the oil paints, and that you can find that on the YouTube channel. Basically things like, well, ironically enough, raids, some of our puppets, just some of the shenanigans. I'll cut those out. And that kind of just leaves the core essentials where I'm really getting down to the painting. Again, I realize there's no chat to participate in, but information is all still there. And of course, if you're going to use the oils on the miniatures, we use only the high quality odorless thinner. And now this is the main brand. Speedball Mona Lisa is a sub brand. And you want the high quality odorless thinner. Key is we're not using a whole bunch of it. Typically, well, here we were using some of these bottle caps. That's how much thinner goes in there. To clean the brushes, there's this. Good news is it's also used on acrylics. Look at that, dried acrylics and oils. Not hazardous, no vapor. So that I know folks, they kind of get concerned about fumes or whatever. Don't have to be concerned about that. Hey there, Obi-Wan. Nice to see ya. Oh, sadly, I wish we did. But Obi-Wan says that, wait a minute, were these the droids I was looking for? Seriously, what kind of droids live in this place? How you doing there, Obi-Wan? And nice to see you again there, Plankwalker. Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you so much, Ion. And again, I hope that there's some fun things for you to see and also some informational things. Now, when it comes to the oils, the other thing we recommend is that you do stuff like this. See these color charts here? Tale of Two Blues. It's not just how they look, right? This one too, you can see how it handles. See how it kind of overpowers the white? You can see this one, it's the opposite. This one almost gets overpowered by the white. This says, see it's got a little bit of a shine to it. This is very matte. This is also a little bit more grainy than this. This is kind of very smooth. So it's a bunch of things aside from what it looks like that we discovered with the color charts. Now also too, in watercolor class they said, yeah, you got 10 months. You are not going to struggle the entire 10 months with the watercolors. You get one color, it's called brown. Look at this. You could do one light color, one dark color, and you just kind of do a value study. And then as you go along, then you start adding some colors. So instead of, I'm going to take my brand new army that I haven't painted any figures of, and I'm going to take these oils that I've probably never used before and do the whole thing. That might lead to a little bit of frustration. And, well, you certainly don't want to get frustrated. That generally leads to, man, I don't really want to do that anymore. Obi-Wan, no, actually Obi-Wan, believe it or not, it wasn't long ago, just before you came in probably. Most of the time I'm doing dry
Hello,
brush
little
technique.
hobbits. Spark my gumdrop.
So actually the vast majority of the time with the oils, I'm either dry brushing or just plopping some paint on there and pushing around. So actually, what's nice about the oils, Obi-Wan, is that when you do some dry brushy stuff, here, let's do some real quickie something here. Let me take something that's kind of lighter too. Here, let's do this. Mix that with this brown over. A little more of that. Now we got these logs over here. So as I do this, normally you're just dry brushing the paint. It just goes over the top of something. Now here, see how that's gotten darker? See how light that is? See how dark that is? It's actually mixing here. We'll do it some more. Here, let's do some more. Let's do some more. Again, same deal. Imagine dry brushing that lets you wet blend. So yep, Obi-Wan, these are all just regular artist oils. Now, of course, we haven't seen this one yet. Thank you so much for that follow, Obi-Wan. It's like, yeah. So I don't really recommend going into these places unless you're wearing some headgear, because you know how many times I cracked my skull on these things? Jeez. That's Grumpy Gandalf right there. That is a very grumpy Gandalf. Well, we've had 3 6s on our Gandalf 6. What's it going to be? What's it going to be? Oh, look at this. I can't believe that's 4 of them. That is 4 out of 6 rolls Gandalf 6s. I'm not sure what the heck he's doing right now. But it's coming up aces. We're going to lay him out as what we call the big 4 here. So these 3 guys over here, that's Gamlin, Windsor, Newton, Richardson. These guys are pretty much the same price, same quality. Good, solid stuff. This will set you back more because see what it says handmade on the label? That's a for real thing. So this is kind of your luxury paint there. But yeah, those are all traditional oil paints out of the tube. Thranduil, he is on a major roll. He is on a massive roll. Look at, I mean, that's crazy, right, Thranduil? That is absolutely nuts. He's red hot. Now Obi-Wan, who right now my Elegoo Black Matte PLA, which is what all my terrain is, it's back down to $42 for 4 spools. And I just keep thinking, you know, I don't know if that's going to get any better on Black Friday. That I think there's a limitation to how much better that can get. So yeah, we might just have to pull the trigger on that. Because we don't want to get cut off at some point to our access. Now here, see what I did there? Cut off to our access. Yeah, you don't get that on every channel. Much to the relief of most people. Let me get some of my bluish gray in here. So again, see this is basically kind of a dry brush here, Obi-Wan. However, since I already have some paint on there, right, it basically, it's almost like wet blending, even though it's effectively a dry brush, which is kind of cool, I gotta say. Let me just hit the handle of that for now, just a little something on there. So yeah, Obi-Wan, well, look at this. This is an example here. So I do something called primer painting on some of my videos. Actually, a lot of this here is primer. In fact, about 70% of the face was painted with primer mixed with acrylic inks. And then Obi-Wan, obviously that dried because it's acrylics, going to dry fast. All of that is oil paints over the top. So here, this is kind of traditional oil paint, right? Where I was doing that dry brushy stuff, you can see how it all blended together, right? And again, this is you could say it's an acrylic base, and then I did oil over the top of it. And you can do the reverse. Once the oils are dry, just like Thranduil and Grand Orc are saying, it's just paint. I mean, even here, this is painted with oils, but all of my snow and icicle effects, well, that's acrylic medium on there. So you can definitely, again, once the paint is dry, it is no problem whatsoever. Not a problem at all. So hopefully that's, you don't feel like, oh man, geez, shouldn't have got the acrylic stuff. Nah, it's no problem at all. You can't mix them together, obviously, while the oil is wet. But once that stuff is dry, it's just paint now. And I know there's been a couple of videos I did where it was a figure where I painted it in oils, and then the person said, well, I kind of wanted a different color scheme. So then I actually took it and painted it again in acrylics over the top of that, using whatever colors were there from the oils that were still something that would be helpful. Let those show through. Alright, that's good enough there. Now we gotta start doing something on the this stuff out here. Let me take this brush. We'll use this one. We'll take our Courbet green and some of the Mars black. We're gonna make something that's super dark. Not too much thinner, right? What happens if there's too much thinner? This is an FDM print. It's gonna be leaking all over those layer lines. So Obi-Wan, one of the things that we like to do is, well, like the primer painting, right? Most folks think, well, you just prime something and it's just one. Oh, here we go. Okay. So, okay, that's, well, we never did paint this guy. That's one of the printing goes ever on Corsairs of Umbar. We got to paint him. Look at that's Party Dude right there. See, it's just primed gray, but you can do more with the primer. That one figure that I was showing you, that Loot Studios there, that was, I practically made myself a fluorescent primer. 1 second there, Grand Oracle. There we go. So yeah, there's lots and lots of options. You know what? I think that's all one big stone. We gotta change this. Not a problem. Look here again. Look at this. So we got lighter paint on here. Look at this. That's basically a dry brush there, but see how that's starting to change? Look at this. Now look at the end of that brush. Does that look very light anymore? Nope, looks kind of dark on the edge. That's because all of the paint that's already here, that's mixing. That's mixing on the surface. Now that you're gonna have a real tough time doing that with acrylics. It's possible. I know Grand Orca was mentioning the drying retarders and stuff like that. You could do that. And of course, if you work fast enough in a limited area here, right? It's we don't have to rush. We say, I want to go back and wet blend that. We just say, I want to go back and wet blend that. No big deal. Thank you so much, Ion. Appreciate that. Oh, and Ion, we're going to be painting another one of these buildings on our Saturday stream. And then Monday, Ion, things really change. Because we're going back to Armada Mondays again. And look at this. Also painted with oils. Literally the same stuff. These two things, we will be painting another one of our Japanese aircraft carriers. This is the USS Essex. This one we did a regular tutorial of there. Is this? Oh yeah, there's our Portland class cruiser. So yeah, Mondays will be our teensy tiny ships, Ion. So hopefully see you then. And thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that, Ian. So Ian, may the Schwartz be with you. I think that's not the right genre. It's like, dude, you've been smoking so much of that pipe weed, you don't know what world you're in. It's like, you know what? I think it's time for an intervention. We've got, was it 4 out of 6 rolls have been Gandalf 6s here? Okay, that's a middle of the road. That's good. Whenever he mentions pipe weed, that tends to happen. So thank you so much, Ian. Appreciate that. Actually, well, what was it, Grand Oracle? Maybe an hour and a half ago, I was talking about how I was using those dipping inks for the first time. Hated them using them with a brush on a traditional miniature kind of thing, but putting them through the airbrush on terrain, all of a sudden, they really worked out well. So sometimes you just got to kind of match the material with the task. Maybe that's what we're getting at. So Ian, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. Gandalf loves all of his little hobbitses. Even the nasty ones, like Bilbo Stabbins. Again, don't mess with his pumpkin patch. You mess with his pumpkin patch, it's not gonna go well for you. So Obi-Wan, Gamlin and Windsor Newton both have starter sets. Difference is that those are more like a student grade color, which is, I mean, we've used those here, no problem. But those are not quite the same as artist oils, just as long as you know. Nice thing is that they're inexpensive, so it leaves you with some cashola left over to try and get some of the, shall we say, some of the real deal. Now, difference, Williamsburg. You notice that's a tiny little 21, I think that's a 21 milliliter tube or whatever. This is the same stuff that's in the big tubes. Now, their starter sets cost more, like twice as much maybe, as, say, the Gamlin and Windsor Newton, but you're getting regular oil paint, which means that you wouldn't have to turn around and then, say, get an actual tube of phthalo green. Whatever phthalo green you get in that starter set would be the real deal. And like Grand Oracle saying, I haven't used sable brushes in basically years. Princeton here, where's my, there we go. Let's see, Windsor Newton Cotton also make a decent, now these are about between $5, $5.30 a piece. Just, they are just synthetic brushes. Hey there, Doji. Doji, if you wouldn't mind sharing your oil painted stuff in the chat, that would be fabulous. So happy, glorious college football Saturday for you there, Doji. It's gonna be another epic day. Not necessarily feeling mega upsets today, but I don't know. There's some possibilities. You never know. Now, oh, here we go. So Grand Oracle is talking about this. See how I just plopped some paint on there? Now we got a brush that says no paint. And look at this. Little tap, tap, tap. See that? That's just something you just can't do that with the acrylics. So no Discord, Obi-Wan. That's what, well, we spend a whole bunch of our time, well, doing YouTube, Facebook, and also the Instagrams. So yeah, this is the best place to get. So there's Wapilius on Instagram, and again, oh, here's some of those fell beasts there. So everybody please check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. Fabulous oil painted miniatures. So yes, check me out on Discord, also on, on Instagram, also on YouTube. Alex, here's another. Here's another one. Somehow forgot to get something down here. Oh look, now we've got ourselves a stone down there. So all these 3 stones over here. I kind of didn't notice that they were stones. Painted them more like the grass. Didn't take me very long to get shading in there now, did it? Now, like Grand Oracle says, I think it's a safe bet. Wouldn't you say, Grand Oracle, that even now over half the tutorials are still acrylics? Well, we're still making acrylic tutorials. So, yeah. Actually, this one... Oh, no, I was thinking of this one, but we did one of these, same one, and it was an acrylic tutorial, that's for sure. So yeah, we're still doing acrylics on the Patreon page. Again, no shortage of experiments. We try all kinds of different stuff. So look at that. So now we're starting to really feel some shading on these. Also too, see the oils are starting to fill in those layer lines. Not as noticeable there. We'll be coming back into here with some of our darker stuff, but you can see it's getting less and less shiny in there as the paint begins to set. Actually, Grand Oracle, ooh, somewhere here. Well, this is not the right color, but I literally have sawdust scatter, and it is brown. So yeah, Grand Oracle, around here, and also over here. Wouldn't you say, Grand Oracle? Piles of sawdust. Grand Oracle, if you could do me a favor, I think you know what I'm about to ask. If you could shoot me a reminder, just say sawdust scatter Patreon vid. Because then I'll remember on this one to use the sawdust scatter to literally create some sawdust. So yeah, sorry to give you a task there and put you to work, Grand Oracle. Because that would be super cool, don't you think? Of course, proper accreditation will happen too. I know we did that on one of our recent vids. Oh yeah, it was the one where we were using the marble dust and the modeling paste. We said, well, I wasn't the one that knew about that. It was the other folks said, oh yeah, you're talking about marble dust. You can get it here. And also, while you're at it, what about this modeling paste? So yeah, Doji, we just unleashed episode 3 today. And this was episode 2. But episode 3, we were trying to set the color scheme for, what, 10 or 11 more of these things? But every combo is different. Every raptor's a different color. Every skink is a different color. No 2 are the same. So thanks, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Now, what we haven't really done on here is do too much with the bark. Let me see if we can do something here with this. Grand Oracle, I'm also wondering. I'm wondering if it's like some really chopped up cork might also look like wood chips. Although I think I have something else that might also work as sawdust. Well, thanks, Doji. Speaking of which, oh no, yeah, today was bakery day. Yeah, hopefully it was. I'm sure it was another delish bakery run today. Sorry, Doji. All of a sudden I was thinking it was Thursday. Now I also have to. I don't think I'm gonna print up a lot like this. I'll make it out of foam or something. Just something real quick. All right, here let's get to our fence. We haven't really done too much on that. Let's get over this here fast mat white. Let's start doing some stuffs. I'm not going to put that on there because I've been sticking my hand on that for the last 2 hours. So, oh, and by the way, 2.5 hours ago, this had no paint on it. There's that. It happens quick. Like the Weeping Angel says, right, Traniel? Do not blink. Ah, that's great, Doji. Oh, Doji, I'll have to send you a picture of the latest slow cooker. Yeah, I'll send you a picture of that. I think it was, I didn't really do much of anything except I just used the 2 new spices that Kathy's sister sent me as a present. And that was really sensational. Sometimes the 6.5 hours is maybe a little bit more. This one, that seemed to be just right. Was about 5.25 pound chicken. Very tasty. And I just happened to have some dry stuffing mix that I could toss in there with all of the chicken broth and such that I put in there. This is a cuisine channel after all. Yes, we talk about recipes all the time. This is also an Object Source Lighting channel, a Lord of the Rings channel, a Song of Ice and Fire channel. I think you could say it's a nautical channel. It's a cavalry channel. It's a lot of things. Here we go. I need this one again. Hey there, 1,000 Young. How you doing? We still got our eye on you. We are not. We got our eyes peeled for you. That's. We have our eyes peeled on you. Now it is also, as Doji just reminded me, it's also a home repair channel. Oh yeah, very much a home repair channel. You want to know about hydraulic cement, ice jams, articulating ladders? We got you covered. It's a full service channel. It's also an exercise channel, right, Doji? It is also an exercise channel. Actually, I've got some exercise devices, real simple little things. Those are coming, I don't know, at some point in the next week or two. Because when you're hunched over painting like this for hours and hours on end, you need something to kind of literally kind of unbend yourself. Hence the exercise. Kind of a heavy emphasis on the stretching. No. We'll stick with the fast mat white out here on our fence. I think this is only the second white fence that we've actually done. Oh, I gotta get the cracks in our stucco over here. I haven't done that yet. Yeah, Toshi, especially when it's one of our chicken riders. Yeah, then they go perfect together, don't they, Toshi? 1,000 Young, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. And again, everybody, please check out that link that Doji posted. Some fabulous oil painted miniatures. Also, Instagram link there. So great to see you again there, 1,000 Young. So yeah, our first stream of the week, we typically call that Armada Mondays. Now this Monday we'll be painting that 1/1800 scale ship. We've painted some much larger ones. This is just one of 3 Corsair ships that we painted for our Corsairs of Umbar. We also painted, was it the big elven dragon boat there? Oh, look, here's some more. Again, more terrain that we painted on the stream. This is all FDM style prints. Of course, I don't think the fell beast really appreciated the chicken rider analogy, Doji. I'm pretty sure they were not happy about that. Just throwing that out there, just a hazard and a guess. I need to lighten that up a little more. Yeah, okay, well, we'll get some thinner on it then. Fine. Now we're going into 2 fingers on the brush mode, and it is literally in self-painting brush mode right here. Caress the brush, do not crush the brush. Also, remember all the paint that's there already, well, that is still wet, which means we can take this brush and we can push that around. Now you can see we got some of that sort of rust-colored paint on our brush because we were transferring it as we were mixing that. Let's go with a bit more of our dark. We need to put that on these things and then also on this little window right here. Now, if we wanted to have something that looked like glass here, you could take either like a clamshell thing, a miniature comes in, or I call them blister packs. You could take like a little plastic container. You go to the store, maybe your produce or something came in a little plastic container with a cover. Generally, the covers tend to be pretty flat, and I actually save those things, and I use them all the time for my videos. They're kind of like clear palettes. But yeah, you can use those as palettes. You could also cut them up and stick them in windows. Hey, there's surface tension. How you doing? Surface tension, there's already been several some puns with some real cutting humor. Yeah, some very cutting humor right there. Cutting edge humor there. Everybody, Surface Tension is going to be posting a link to his fabulous oil painted stuff. So when that happens, be sure to check that out. So Surface Tension, you want to share your stuff in the chat, please do that. You know what? Maybe a little more dark on the end of these here logs. Go back to this really dark side. Oh, that's right. I think we had the raid from Zhang just as we were about to add some of the really dark stuff down in here. So surface tension, hopefully the stroll with the dog wasn't too horrifying with that really weird bright object in the sky. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Surface Tension just posted. Fabulous oil painted miniatures. Look at it, it's all the oil painting. All those miniatures, same thing with Doji, all painted with the oils. That is what's possible with the oils. Nice to see you there, Inganes. Happy Saturday. And yes, it's going to be a glorious college football Saturday. You can just feel it in the air. Well, surface tension, if it's around too long, it wears off the shock, right? Yeah, people won't be quite so horrified at its presence if it's always around. So surface tension, you'll love this. Let's put it this way. I didn't get to sleep till about 8:20 something this morning because, of course, right at 7 something, I decided to sign on to an AI music generation site. You think you get weird results from the visual AI? The one thing that happens is it might be hilarious, right? It gives you some really weird results, but it's not physically painful to look at. Some of those AI generated songs, they can actually hurt your ears. Oh my god, when you least expect it, you're just like, that is horrible. And Doji, there's always that, we like to talk about it, right? There's that one point where you just kind of say, aha. It's not like you've got it totally mastered suddenly, but there is a point where you say, I think I see what I'm supposed to be doing here. And you never quite know when exactly that's going to happen, but eventually it does. So yeah, surface tension, there was some hard lessons learned. It's, well, the visual AI is not necessarily the easiest to control either. But the musical one, especially when you do not have a musical knowledge, woof, you end up with some doozies. However, I already have, I want to say I got about 5 pieces of music that would definitely be usable for the videos I want to do. Yeah, surface tension, what I didn't expect was stuff would be like off key. Sometimes you see I don't know if it's maybe in comedies or whatever, or it's the children's band or whatever, and it's like the kids' concert, and they're basically murdering some kind of a song, whatever it is, Mozart, I don't know, because they're still learning. Some of these AI songs kind of sound like that. Like a whole bunch of 5-year-olds just snuck into an orchestra pit or something like that and just started playing around. Now, of course, the entertainment value of that is relatively high, I have to say. So yes, if you start hearing some different musics on the videos there, that would be because essentially I'm trying to create my own. I mean, yes, YouTube has tons of free music and everything else, but it takes a long time of listening to a billion different mechanized songs to go, oh, I think that one might work. Surface tension, again, that I can only imagine what kind of crazy thing you would get from that, potentially. Of course, I do believe with this particular program, I could write in like some of Tom Bombadil's songs or some of Treebeard songs, and put the lyrics in there and see what AI comes up with. It just occurred to me that would be interesting. We'll see you later there, Doji. Thanks for being here as always. Appreciate that. Oh, by the way, Doji, we were using Rose Madder here, kind of as a poor man's version of the Pearline Crimson. I was telling Grand Oracle about your acquisition of the Puro Orange, Doji, and that you would be breaking it down into 5 milliliter tubes and selling those for about $20 a piece, just to make up the cost. So have a good one there, Doji. What are we doing here? A little bit more of this dark along those edges. So see, now it's not just like falling off a cliff here. See, the light's coming out, some of the dark is coming back up into the fireplace there. I think we've made these about as light as we can. I don't know. Let me see something here. Let me grab this. Grab some of this, some of the fast matte white, a little bit of the yellow. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, no, I guess there's still some places I can get a little lighter here. Link surface tension. Little medicine, not a bad thing. So link surface tension, appreciate that. Oh yeah, a bit more of this over here. I think I can still get lighter on this, and of course we can still play spin the Hobbit hole because of these fantastic Battlecraft supply holders here. I actually have this thing hot glued to it. So surface tension I get to use for the first time, well, was it, oh, nothing replicates nature better than nature? Oh no, not this stuff, not this, it's this. So the color is wrong, but the operative word is this, sawdust scatter. I do have some brown sawdust scatter that we are going to put into our little lumber yard here. Yeah. So that's going to be pretty fun to see that. Again, once this is dry, which will be, well, basically tomorrow. Or, I guess later today. Once again, where my hand is on this brush, it's closer to the end of the brush than to the front of the brush. That's why we always say caress the brush, don't crush it. I've seen people with these weird death grips like this on the brush, thinking, well, that can't be easy to paint like that. That doesn't seem so so comfy right there. I think I try to get this even more of a lighter yellow here, maybe. Let's try to boost that a little more. I did put some Indian yellow in there to keep it from getting too pasty. Don't want to get too much light up there because, well, that would be in shadow. Hey there, Ratu. Nice to see you there, Ratu. Happy Saturday. Surface tension, I guess, I don't think they make Rogaine for brushes, do they, surface tension? Yeah, I could have used some Rogaine there, I guess. So, Ratu, I hope that you're doing well. Now, Ratu, have you guys gotten any snow there? Actually, Armored Wolf, I forgot to ask if you've gotten any snow lately. You're running way behind. I think you've only had, what, about 21 inches, maybe 22, 23 inches of snow this November? I mean, you got to get like 90 some odd inches of snow to make up the difference from last year. So, Ratu, hopefully, actually, what's the, oh yeah, the old Age of Empire, no, Age of Kings, right? Well, then I think Age of Empires was kind of the version I really liked. I think it was Age of Kings, but I really did like the Age of Empires. Kind of a the graphics were more three-dimensional instead of that same perspective view. Now, good. We do have the right brush. I want to do the little cracks in the over here in the stucco. And yeah, that's still an FDM print there, yet we're able to do some fine little details like that on the walls. Look at that. Again, some more cracks there. And a whole bunch of room over here. I'll try to do something there. there was a possibility that we could be seeing our first snowfall here, but that seems to be fading. Well, the huge surprise, it's November here, and they're saying, wow, the forecast is completely different than it was like 8 hours ago. Yeah, that surprises nobody, and at least not anybody that lives here. Now I might try to go a teensy bit lighter here with this reddish brown. I'm gonna take the no, take the ice blue. We'll mix it with, ironically enough, our brown ochre, which is sort of like hopped up burnt umber. Maybe a little lighter. We might actually be going the other way. We might be maybe putting some more dark on some of this. Okay. Trying to create a little something here. You know what? I think on these two, that's a little lighter. So surface inches is a snow bomb, a 200-mile wall of snow. Arasu, we actually, I think we did get that game. That was way back in the day. We got that one. I think only Kathy ever played that one. I don't think I ever actually played it. So surface tension says that the hint of probably like a half an inch of snow, right? Surface tension that'll be gone by the next morning. That huge shock that I don't know. It gets to be November, December, January, and oh my gosh, there's snow. What are we gonna do? This has never happened before. Now, it is understandable for places that don't really get snow all that often. Like, again, if you lived in Bermuda or something like that, and suddenly there was a half inch of snow on the ground, you might be somewhat perplexed by that. But for those of us that are from sterner climates or grayer ones, like yours, that really shouldn't be such a huge surprise, now should it? So that is definitely got some nifty, yeah, I'm liking that. Maybe try and get some of this here, over here. So we're at hopefully Bonko is doing really well. I haven't actually seen Denethor tonight. I wasn't sure if you guys were actually having a chance to play some games together tonight. I don't know how much later I want to go with the, yeah, I don't think I want to do too much later there. If anything, I want to do some darker stuff in those shadows. Well, surface tension, I hope that you do get a chance to do some non-work things while you're there. Arato, yeah, that's right. He was talking about that on our Monday stream because, well, given the whole Armada Mondays theme, yeah, that was definitely a topic of conversation for sure. So surface tension, I hope that you have yourself again, some kind of fun while you're there. Is that gonna be too much of a pure orange? No, just the right amount. Worked out just fine. I'll try and get me a little bit more of that over here on the wall. Again, just trying to cast a little bit of a glow there. Can see, you know what? How's about we get rid of all this? I still do have some of my straight up fast matte white. We'll take a little bit of the floral yellow. Okay, well, we're not going to use that big old blob there. We are going to thin that down. Let's break that down. Sure enough, I can still make that lighter down in there. Now, surface tension, I kind of like the sound of those two tasks. Yeah, now those sound pretty darn good to me. And I would guess when it comes to the eating part, there's probably lots of super yummy things to eat there. Okay, again, snuck a few little lights out on that. Now, let me see if I can take some of this. I'm going to grab that Indian yellow so it doesn't get too peachy. let's let's take some of this here. We'll lighten up a couple of the edges of these flagstones. Maybe this one too. Also this guy. That works. And here we are. A little more light on that. These nails, I'm going to try to get those a little bit more of a lighter yellow, since they would be somewhat reflective. I mean, they're metal after all. Little touch of reflective stuff on the stones there. Speaking of which, now I got to get that on these stones out here. I'm gonna switch to this other brush. We're also gonna have to get the on the roof. We gotta get the stones on the chimney. We haven't hit those. We put the darker glazes on that. Now it's about time to get down to business on the lighter stuff there, just like we're gonna do on these stones down in here. So you can see we're not mixing a slightly lighter color. This is much lighter. And we're just going to plop this on here. Alright, that's like 7 brush strokes. Now we're going to do this. We're going to take the paint off of the brush here. Just wiping it with a paper towel because we want this to be dry. Now we have color here already that we can now take this brush and we're going to blend it with what's already here. It's not the easiest to reach area, especially this over here. What I really want to do, 7 to 8 layers of paint on these little stones over here that I can barely see and barely reach, or take this somewhat lighter color, stick it on there, push it around, and now it's blended. Perfectly? Probably not. Can you even see down in there? Definitely not. So, not going to worry about it. Not worried at all. Wow, that is darker than I thought it was. Let me try this here. Yeah, get my hand stuck over here. I haven't done a whole bunch on the... Yeah. That's the one thing about these FDM style prints. When you do stuff like this, you will get that weird stringy stuff on there. Not really sure what that all is. That weird stringy residue. And not all prints do it. Come on. I just have to hold it this way and then that will cross in front of the other one. like so. Thanks so much for Armored Wolf for posting it to the Patreon page. Yeah, we just posted the latest video, I don't know, a few hours before we started the stream here. And I've got another video that I will be finishing the filming on Sunday. It's something I've never tried before, and let's put this: I've been filming videos since 2013. To find all of these things that I've never tried before in the last like month and a half, after what is this, 11-ish years of filming. Oh yeah, that's right. You do the Army Painter Pledge level, you're getting all 11 years worth of videos. Every single one. You won't be getting a bearded Celt though, but we get one here. How you doing there, Celt? Thank you so much for the raid. Yep, bearded Celt. Look at this, more Hobbit holes. This one's the lumberjack's house. Look at that. Got a little axe there. Got some logs over there. Oh, maybe we should call him Lincoln. That's it. Yes, he's not gonna be named Jack. He's gonna be named Lincoln, because toy that we all used to play with here in the U.S. is Lincoln Logs. So his name is going to be Lincoln the Halfling. So how you doing there, bearded Celt? We'll make it dizzy with spinning our Hobbit hole around. Where does it end? It ends on the fireplace. Look at that. This is the one we painted last night. This one, neat little, got a little stable there too. Look at this. Oh, you know what? Let's do this so you can see a little better. Boom, there you go. So yeah. Take off that roof. Got yourself a little stable in there, so we can take our cows and goats and chickens and such. And oh, look at that. He fits right in there. Look at that. That's going to be sensational. Yep, little roof right here. So Bearded Celt, I hope that you're doing super well. Happy Saturday. And of course, Bearded Celt, if there's anything you want to share in the chat, go ahead and do that. And here's one of our other, I think this is the very first one we did. Yeah, this is number 5, actually. This is the first one we did, and there's Bilbo Bananigans. He's still there, guarding the door. Don't mess with his nanners, because he's always up to some kind of shenanigans with those. There we go. Well, of course, surface tension, if the humor, is too cutting, things might get a little chippy. Things might get a little chippy here. So Bearded Celt, great to see you as always. Well, if anything, Bearded Celt, I hope that the stream was super fun and that you were able to get a bunch of stuff done, because that's always good. That never hurts. You know what? I might just do some more of the dark there. Now let me try light. Let me try this here. There we go. That's what we need. Well, maybe not so much thinner. Let's get some of that off of that brush. So yeah, this is the 6th Hobbit hole that we've done. Each one kind of has a little different theme to it. We'll be doing another one on our Saturday stream. And potentially one more on our Thursday stream. Also got the farm fields here. So, where's Bilbo Stabbins? Where you hiding? There you are. Don't mess with Bilbo Stabbins in his pumpkin patch. That's going to be big trouble for you. We painted this little field, and this was, on last night's stream. So there we go. Did that little field. These are all, again, FDM style prints, and they're all black matte PLA. Usually you don't get a chance to see it, but that is, again, the black matte PLA. Elegoo. It's really good stuff. I have been getting it for $42 for 4 spools, which, hey, not a bad little price right there. Surface Tension says if he keeps coming up with puns that are unsatisfactory, he's going to end up on the chopping block. That's if you want. Again, the mic is always open at Club Wappleville, but the audience might make its displeasure known if the limerick or pun does not meet a sufficient level of humor. Yeah, that works. That works. Separate you a little bit. Now, let me get that roof so that we can do a little bit on the chimney here. There's the roof. Now, we're going to get some lighter stuff on that chimney. What are we going to use here? We're going to use this brush, maybe this one. And as per our conversation a while ago about the oils and the dry brushy stuff, well, they're kind of made for it. Because there's actually some wet paint on here, which means, see that little bit of dark that's getting on there? I'm dry brushing and wet blending at the same time. I ain't saying, I'm just saying I can dry brush and wet blend all at the same time. Oh, and I'm doing this with a craft brush, by the way. Yep, this here is just a craft brush. Hashtag no layers. Hashtag less is more. Well, that's just way too much. That is way too much. Again, you can see that darker paint getting on the end of that brush there. As we continue our wet blending dry brush. Yep, that's it. It's a wet blending dry brush technique. Go make sense of that. Only with the look, I can really see that on the end of the brush. So what do? I just go back over here, get some fresh stuff, and we do it again. When we do that again, there's some more here. Now inside that chimney, we've got some dark to add. How's about the Van Dyke Brown, some of the Mars Black? Fine, I'm just going to use some thinner so that just gets down in there. Might even let some of the brown work its way onto that. It's going to make that brush a little bit drier as well. And right here on the top again, it's the wet blending dry brush technique. Gotta remember that. That is hilarious. So now we're going to get a little bit of this dark down here at the base of the chimney. A little something here on the dormers. Here too, yay. Now, one more round of the dark stuff here. Because what we did on this before was kind of a glaze sort of a thing. So this is only got a tiny bit of thinner in there. It's mostly just the paint. Also, thin over thick and vice versa. You can see how we've managed to basically avoid all things layers here in the process of painting this, which is why 3 hours and 14 minutes ago this had no paint on it. And remember, we've also been doing our usual shenanigans on stream. So 3 hours, 14 minutes of stream painting time is effectively more like 2 hours and 20 minutes of just private painting time where I'm just locked in and focused. So think of that too. When there's not so many puppet shows going on and everything else, it happens super quick. Now we're going to get some of the lightest stuff on the chimney here if we can. Yeah. This stone here. We're leaving no stone unturned, which is why we're going to take this blending type brush here and kill that hard edge, which creates some turn on our stone. See what I did there? Yeah. Same deal here. Again, that was a super quick and easy way to get a blend there. Make it easier, not harder. Harder you make the painting stuff, the more you'll be able to say, oh, you know what, there's this thing I'm supposed to do, this other thing I'm supposed to do. Eventually, you're not really doing a whole lot of painting. Because you say, yeah, I got this other, whatever task I need to do. If painting is too frustrating, too difficult, those other tasks are going to win out more and more. Which, believe it or not, sort of puts a doom spiral of frustration, because now you're getting frustrated that you're not doing as much painting as you would like. Don't let the doom spiral happen. You get very dizzy. Okay, so we're good to go there. But that roof is... these roofs fit on here really nicely, I have to say. So I'm actually not going to mind putting the sawdust around there and such, because there's a weird little gap underneath that. So that'll work out very well. Yeah, surface tension, and sometimes it can sneak up. You don't really realize that it's even happening. You don't even know that you're kind of in that spiral. You don't even realize that everything is spinning around at 1,000,000 miles a minute. Until you kind of go, when's the last time I painted? Yeah, never felt those multi-directional doom spirals. Those are the worst ones, right? How you doing there, Nerifel? So Nerifel, I did get confirmation today. What's that? The 16th. So at least 4 days from now. Who knows? Maybe a day sooner. Those the 2 sticker sample things and the keychains. Those are supposed to be here. Now again, they might be spectacular, they might be kind of okay, they might not work out so well. Yeah, I guess Nerifel, yeah, sticking to the spirograph spirals is probably a better thing to do. Yeah, surface tension. Sometimes, like I say, you have to kind of let that come back, and it can sometimes just depend on the project. There can be a project that you maybe really wanted to do, and it just it turns out to be more of an anti-mojo thing. And then there could be something else you think it's just a throwaway thing, like we'll just mess around with this, and that kind of might be the thing that kind of boots things back into in a good mode there. So great to see you again there, Nerifel, you should see the. Let's put it this way: all we need to go to Doji's house and grab those paints. I would say He should put them in 1 milliliter tube containers, and he could still sell them for $10 a piece. So yeah, Nerifel, we got. It's the what? Remember when Recoil a few weeks ago did the flaming chainsaw graphic? And he sent me that really fantastic picture of, well, basically kind of the Wapelius spellbrush and the flaming chainsaws. That sounds like a group. Since I'm doing AI generated music, that'll be the band there. Wapelius spellbrush and the flaming chainsaws. I'm not quite sure, what musical genre that fits in, but let me get that. There's my blending brush. Well, any brush can be a blending brush, but in particular, we use that one there. Going to get some of that reddish brown off of the. There we go. More of this, more of the, again, that same darker green. So some of the perline, some of the Courbet green mixed with the Mars black. We must have already, yeah, we already did this over here. Okay, now around these nails or whatever. I think oh, that's right. I think there was a raid while we were doing these. We've had a few raids this evening. So I appreciate all the folks that have come over from the raids. And of course, we've had some folks do the follow thing. That is, of course, definitely appreciated. Like we say, Gandalf loves all of his little hobbits, especially if they have pipeweed. He gets especially excited about the pipeweed. So we add a little bit of our reddish brown into here. I might, you know what, let me just get some of this lighter yellow here. Ooh, maybe we'll try this. So it's kind of a middle of the road. They're not too light, not too dark. Kind of trying to do a little bit of a windowsill thing there, and then over here. Now, as far as making the die-cut stickers of the Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears, that's a little bit more tricksy, because well, they kind of look kind of neat with their backdrops that they have, but separate them from those backdrops, it's a little bit difficult. Now let me try to, have I got that dark? Let me get some of my lighter green. Maybe, oh, this is the stuff right here. And that's going to separate that edge once we get in here. And again, do some blending. Yeah, you thought I was going to have to do a whole bunch of layers there, didn't you? No, don't have to do layers. Hashtag no layers. There, I really don't even need the blending brush. There you go. Let me get a teensy bit of our lighter gray on that. Taking my blending brush to some of the stucco there. I think in here I'm going to do a little bit of something lighter on those walls. Let me see if I can just drag some of this along the walls. Again, it's going to be, it's the wettest dry brush ever. Alright. Well, surface tension says he's got to split because it's time to take the dog on that walk. So he's going to take a little, he's going to be splitting here. See you later, surface tension. Thanks for being here as always. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Again, it's going to be a fabulous college football Saturday here. Looking forward again to seeing some of that sawdust over, especially over here. Try and sneak in a little bit of something lighter there. And now on the back of these fences, we got some stuffs to do. Let me try and get the darker stuff here first. Can you see what we're doing? Looks like it, yeah. Sneak in some of that dark over there. This is Van Dyke brown pretty much. Teensy bit of the Mars black in there too. Now we pretty much got that darker. Now we gotta do the same over here. Then we'll come back with something like maybe even some little bit of some rust or weathering there. Let me try some asphalt mixed with our terra rosa. Now, let's not go too bonkers with that. Maybe something out here. No, darker. More of the asphaltum in that rust, I think. Let's see how that's gonna work. Ah, there we are. And again, this is an FDM print, so it's gonna spread out into those layer lines. That's again the asphaltum. We got some thinner. Might even be a little bit of that brown ochre in there. Do the same out here. A little bit of staining here on our white fence post. Which has very little white. It's mostly different types of gray. Some greenish gray, some gray that's maybe tinted a little bit more towards the brown, I guess you could say. And we still have one more of these Hobbit holes from Miniature Land that we're going to paint tomorrow, and then I've got that Conquest Creations Hobbit hole. Then I'm going to see, there are a couple of printing goes ever on Hobbit themed buildings. They're more like Schmobbit buildings. So they're not quite yet like these true Hobbit holes here. Just like, oh, here he is. Just like we have Schmandolf here, the younger and much tougher big brother of Gandalf. See how I just did there? He's a younger big brother. Ooh. this. Talking about plopping a color in one place, color another, and then taking a third brush and blending those. That is how we did this so quickly. We just, again, plopped down a turquoise, plopped down a magenta third brush that just basically had no paint on it, and then we let that mix together. Aside from saving the time, the other thing is if you were to try and just gradually mix a little bit of the magenta and a little bit of the turquoise together, speaking of mud and dirt effects, you probably end up with mud because you're essentially mixing two opposites together. When you're doing it on the figure itself, it's so, I don't want to say spontaneous, but it just, you don't run the risk. Well, if you fool around with it too much, you'll get mud. But people, when they're mixing their colors on their palette, they tend to, there's a little bit of over mixing that happens. Don't have to worry about that when you're just going right to the figure. Let the figure be your palette. Let the palette be nothing more than a color storage device. Gonna get me a little more light back in there. Yep, let's take a touch of our orange. And a couple of these. Oh, that's a little closer. So I'm gonna get me more of the. Yeah, gonna get a little bit more of my puro orange. So Neurofelt, was that, what was that cobalt? Was it Cobalt Blue Deep? And it was a Williamsburg, right? I'm trying to think of which Cobalt Blue you had. And the only Cobalt Blue I have is, well, there's the Cobalt Violet. And regular Cobalt Blue from Winsor Newton. Not quite the same thing, that's for sure. As we found out with the Ultramarine Blue. So now I feel like the source light is working its way out there. What I'm curious about Neurofelt, now that I've kind of played around with, let me get some of this more yellowish light here. Since I've messed around with the ultramarine blue a few times, I'm just wondering how much more of a reddish blue is the cobalt blue than, say, something like, I don't know, a Prussian blue that's more towards the green. Oh yeah, let's make this a little lighter orange over here. I mean, we are really right next to that fireplace. Yeah, Neurofil, it'll be interesting to see if it can be that kind of sneaky, cheeky, like the Puro Orange, or even the Cobalt Teal Bluish. Oh, it doesn't have any oxides in it, does it? I'm pretty sure that our fabulous Cobalt Teal Bluish has oxide of cobalt in it. Touch of, yeah, we need a little bit of it on the corner of this post over here. Something like that. Well, in that case, wow, Neurofil, that would be pretty darn incredible because, of course, our Cobalt Teal Bluish got pushed to the back there. I mean, that's pretty opaque, and it's that oxides of cobalt. I wonder what the pigment number on that, because it's just pigment green 50, which is weird. You would think there would actually be a pigment blue and a pigment yellow in there. Okay, I think I've got the door. Yeah, about as light as we can make that. Pigment blue 28. Huh. Okay, so it is cobalt. That is cobalt. I thought it was. Well, so series 4. So that makes sense that it's going to be on the redder side. I'm thinking Prussian blue. Is that pigment 29 for Prussian blue? I think sometimes it also is different depending on... No, 27. Nope, that's not Prussian blue. So pigment, so 27, 28, 29, that's a compressed range. And, well, all of those are much more towards the red. So I guess that kind of makes sense. Really sort of does. This, I feel like we need to have a little more light or something on these, and maybe even a little bit of wood grain texture on these boards. They're not made out of stone. That is the one kind of unusual thing, is that stuff that's supposed to be wood texture almost has kind of a, in some ways, a stone texture. That should be really interesting there, I felt. Yeah, that ultramarine blue from Williamsburg, that is, that's got some chops to it, for sure. Once again, got just the 2 fingers on that brush. There is no other way to get at this. There's too much stuff in the way. Gotta do the same on this over here. Alright, we got now some of our light sneaking back in. I had to wait till the dark we put there had a chance to set. Boy, near I I'm just imagining just the color charts alone, right? Now, I believe I've got, well, there's some armies that I'd like to try it on, but these things from Mini Monster Mayhem, actually, I think I did do was it either a live stream or was it a video on this? But there's a bunch of cobalt blue on here. So I think I've got some other or Monster Mini Mayhem, whatever it's called. I've got some more of those, and I think that would be what we would fool around with and test that on, is stuff like that. Now those finally have their final lights on them. Over the top here to lighten that up a little, and then even into our highlight area on the dormer there. Let that mix into the green a little. Back to our fast matte white. Too much thinner. I mean, it's nice that it's filling in the layer lines, but it's kind of going where we didn't need it. Ooh, near refill, that would be cool to see. See what I did there, huh? That would be fantastic. Yeah, it has spoilers. It's a spoiler alert. Yeah. Oh, I never did get. I did. Okay, I see some of the darker streaks over here. So I did get some rust and whatever on these. And ooh, let me hit this. Okay, I'll lighten the edge of that over there. Where's that hay bale? Let me mess with something here. I'm gonna just take some of this, and then I'm just gonna hit it with a couple little glaze things here and see what we end up with. These are from Conquest Creations. These hay bales here. I think there's 4 different shapes or whatever you would want to call them. Now, thanks, Nerifel. Appreciate that. Can't wait to check that out. Okay. Look at the sides of these. Maybe even a bit more of the yellow getting in there. And now that I've done this, let's get the dark. What can we use to do? Maybe we'll just use this brush here. Let's take our asphaltum and Van Dyke Brown together. Okay, I think we've got about the right amount of thinner there. Lots of ropes here to do on these hay bales. So that's not just a kind of flat, generic, darker color. That's actually, you can see it seeps into the layer lines and it spreads out a little bit. So Van Dyke Brown, asphaltum. Just want to at least get this batch of hay bales. There's so many extra little bits to do yet. Even when I have paint all these buildings painted, there's all the Hobbit furniture. There's all the Hobbit critters, more farm fields. There's a lot of stuff to do. I mean, there's even all the blacksmith tools. Yeah, we've got that blacksmith there. There's a bunch of tools that are going to go inside there. You know what? I'm gonna. There we are. Feeling like we could use a little bit of shadow down under there, and so easy to create that no time flat. Remember, with the oils, we're not going to get any kind of what would you say, the watermarks, because well, we're not using any water. Who'd have thunk it, right? We don't use any water. We don't get any watermarks when we do glaze type stuff like this, which can be really, really, really frustrating. Can't just take in the... This is one of our beat up brushes, so when these are brand new, like, well, these guys are, here, 1 second. Right, it's a, you can see there's a little difference, and this thing is kind of beat up and frayed. That's why this is being used to do these really controlled glazes, whereas these guys, these are basically our front line brushes. And away we go here. Darken this up too. This is a monster hay bale. The average ones are more like this size. So this is kind of like basically a couple of these together. Let me take the asphaltum, some of our black. Hey there, Kate, how you doing? Everybody please say hello to Kate Creates. Great to see you there. Happy Saturday, Kate. More Hobbity goodness. Also making them some hay bales here. So Kate, we've got ourselves another Hobbit hole printed up from Conquest Creations. It's a little different in construction than these. So it's got a little different look to it, but it does have a lot of nice little details on it. It's got a couple of lamps on the outer wall. It's got like a shovel and actually, well, some hay bales. Also has some pumpkins out there. And we have another house all set and ready to go for later today. That'll be this one. It's also got a little bit of veggie tables in the front there. So yeah, that's gonna be fun. We'll be doing that one. It's got a big old interior. So yeah, the Hobbit house again from Conquest Creation. There's at least one set of hay bales, I think, along the outside wall. We've just been doing a little bit of, again, some glaze stuff here with the oils. And of course, Kate, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. And again, no watermarks. No water, no watermarks. And obviously these hay bales here, those will be really good for the Hobbit house we did on the last stream. That's got the little stable area. No problem there, Kate. Of course, maybe people haven't seen what you've done a few weeks ago. Maybe if you still wanted to post that. You know, I'm gonna go a little darker down there, just because. So again, everybody please give Kate Creates a follow. Now, Kate, I know you were talking about there were some figures that just you kind of think, well, I'm going to really enjoy this, and it turns out you don't necessarily enjoy the process of painting those as much. And then there's other ones where you think, nah, it's kind of almost a second thought sideshow kind of thing, and those sometimes are the ones that you really enjoy painting it. You never quite know how it's going to play out. Get some of this. Okay, there we go. So everybody please check out that Discord link that Kate just shared. And please again give Kate Crates a follow. That's got a little bit of our green in there, believe it or not. Yeah, there's a little radiant green in that. You think, oh, well, that's just going to be some kind of yellow or whatever. Nope. There's actually some green in there. Same green that we were using on this portion of the Hobbit hole there. So again, everybody please check out that Discord link that Kate just shared. What do we got going on here? All right. Back to this. It does have some of the yellow, so it's like a little combination of the yellow and that green. A little bit of a fast matte white too. Get some of that down a little further here on our hay bales. These are pretty massive hay bales. So I'm trying to figure out just how the hobbits are able to do these without like a combine or something. So yeah, well, that's let me see. We got ourselves a little hobbit right here. Well, there's half pint. Yeah, that's those are some big hay bales there. Good old half pint. So Nerifel says, what if these weren't hobbit hay bales, but dwarven hay bales? Well, they are somewhat burly, right, Nerifel? Now let me get this one. Also, maybe a little lighter here too. Oh, geez, yeah. Kind of saving this for the tops of the top hay bales. So this, I don't know, maybe 17-ish minutes or so. That's how long we've been fooling around with these. I actually have a whole bunch of these to paint, so that's why I wanted to see how fast could we do this. I also did do a little something with when I was priming these. I took some of the dipping inks and some of the Liquitex inks and did do a little bit of minor shading on these to start with, and even a little bit of minor tinting. So that with the oils I could just kind of do, again, a few little pin line wash type things. Let me try this brown here. Let me thin that down some more. This is that, again, that brown ochre, which is our essentially souped up burnt umber. Actually, now, Nerifel, if you guys drop down into the 30s, again, it seemed like we were all going to maybe be getting some snow, although I guess it is supposed to be in the 30s fairly soon. I mean, it's practically Thanksgiving. It ought to be doing that. think it was mostly about 51-ish today or so. Given the fact that last year it snowed on Halloween, that's kind of toasty. So I'm going to try to get a little bit light on these ropes here. But also trying to fill in some of those layer lines. So it's 34 up there. I'm guessing it's probably about, maybe it's 45, 47-ish here. Who knows, could be cooler than that. Could be more like 39 or so. Touch more of our light right along the edge of that. Right in there. This one too. Now, so with the hay bales here, this is where we could hit them with some weathering powders, and it would kind of give them a little bit of a dusty look. All right, so there you go. There's some hay bales. That's going to be very nifty. Again, I got tons of these things that we can paint, but just wanted to see what they would look like. That's all. All right, back to our building here. And back to that is Fulton. Where's that? Here it is. Lost track of it. It was right next to my, well, again, that's the Corbet Green, which is Nerifelt. What's the, I think it's Sap Green. That's probably what the nearest equivalent is to that Corbet Green. I'm kind of loath to get a tube of Sap Green because I really wouldn't use it necessarily. But it would be neat to see the comparison between something like a Sap Green and the Corbet Green. So we were kind of missing a little bit of our light on the cross beam here of our fence. Kate, surface tension was, he was chuckling about the, I guess the news coverage. If there's any snow that's going to happen, it's pretty much Armageddon, end of days, final judgment all rolled into one. And that's like for a quarter-inch of snow or something. He says the media tends to have a wee bit of an overreaction. We were talking about it earlier, how the media just, for whatever reason, they think, oh yeah, it's November, December. What's this snow thing? We've never heard of this before. It'll be fun to see what kind of, what's that, the usual person that I listen to, Max Velocity on YouTube. He's only ever covered tornadoes and hurricanes. Haven't even listened to him for like a cold snap, so this should be very interesting. Yeah, Nerifelt, it has to because it's got that warm tinge to it, and it's also kind of on the opaque side. I mean, you can see it here. Well, first of all, how opaque it is and how warm it is. And, oh, look at that Pigment Red 102. What else is also Pigment Red 102? Oh, zingy there. Pigment Red 102. Now I feel, I still haven't gotten the regular Hansa yellow yet. All I still have is the what is that? The fast matte version of Hansa Yellow for now. Once again, look at the 2 fingers on that brush. Doing this. Let me just take my paper towel and get, again, I'm not going to be using the brush cleaner on this because I want it to be as dry as possible, so I can do this. Again, we're doing that little wet blending thing.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gums.
Thank you so much. We have ourselves a new little hobbit. That's Omorph. Omorph, how you doing? Thank you so much for that follow. That is appreciated. Ganov appreciates it too. So, yeah, this is absurd. You keep showing smaller and smaller things. Okay, how am I supposed to fit in there? Can't even get my head in this place. It's like, well, you are a different scale, you know? It's like, don't talk back. The building's talking to me. Maybe they are right about that pipe weed. Maybe that's not so good for your brain. That was Grumpy Gandalf there. We have set an all-time record with 4 Gandalf 6s tonight. That shatters the record. Well, we're okay here. Not exactly a Gandalf 6, but yeah, I think the most we've ever had was 3 on a stream. So it's been pretty wild to see just how many of those Gandalf 6s we're rolling. Let me try to get a little bit of the yellow or the orange over here. Now, thanks, Kate. I was really hoping that people would not mind if I had a bunch of these to paint because, well, these all need to get done if we're ever going to be doing those videos. So I'm very glad that people were patient enough to let me paint some Hobbit holes. Yeah, I wish I could do that tavern. I'll see if maybe I can do some of the larger, more recognizable pieces. I mean, that's what we did with our ships. I mean, we painted this one in 2 pieces. Heck, the other elven ship was 3 of them. And actually, well, speaking of 3 pieces, we did that building in 3 pieces too. So maybe we can paint the Giganto Tavern, or at least some of the, again, the more recognizable pieces or something. I already got that orange there. Don't want this to extend too far. This is really more just a little bit of dry brushy stuff there. Now I might even take Perlene Crimson. Actually, a little of that rose matter as well. Once again, some dry brush type stuff here. That's over on the shadow side of some of these flagstones here. And that's gonna push that the lights here lighter and lighter. You must have dark to show the light. And these particular ones, these are miniature land. They do some really neat stuff. My entire port city of Dol Amroth also is miniature land. Oh, I also got, oh, that's right, I have to do all the, speaking of ports, I printed out, I have the files, I think it's called his, not the shipwreck set, but it's basically cranes, well, guess what, more bales of hay and barrels and all kinds of cargo stuff. We'll have to print out those. I've been printing out a bunch more of the Harad terrain. Mostly this time ruined houses, some stuff that I forgot that I had. we don't need to go any lighter on that. Maybe some of these slats over here. I'm going to get some of my gray mixed up. And by gray, I mean I'm actually taking some of the green and some of the ice blue. Because I'm looking for like a bit of a mid-tone. Here, let me get some more of this. There we go. What I want to do is it's the same value as what's on there. All I'm really trying to do here is fill in some layer lines. This is relatively thin, but you can see it's not spreading out there. If I had too much thinner in that, yeah, this fence post here. Again, this is supposed to be a white fence post, but you can see there's very little white. Very little white in there. All right, touch more thinner. Boy, that's just on the cusp of doing that spreading out along the layer lines thing, but not quite. It's super close. The other thing too is that the brush is moving pretty quick here, so it's not quite having the time to do that. If I was just sitting in one area here. Also, it kind of acts as a bit of weathering / staining. Did we get this side yet? Nope, didn't do this side yet. All the way up to that peak there. Let me see if I can grab my tweezers, because we got the pesky little furry bits here. Not really sure why certain types of FDM prints just do that weird stuff. Is this my, yeah, okay, let's set that one aside and let's grab this one again. This is our, remember, our beat up 18-0. Here, let me get the more of the paint out of there, and then you can see, you can see how the one on the left is really beat up compared to the one on the right. Eventually, this one is going to end up being a lot like that one. But for now, that one's kind of a frontline service brush. This one, not so much. And that is why we're going to use this to get some of our asphaltum and some of our Venetian red together. Do a little bit of a rusty type stuff here. Darken that down a bit. And not every single one of these, but every so often, there. Do that over here now. See, I have a little streak coming down there. It's not a bunch. See there, I even let that dark that I put on there. See, I get that streak down. Same deal. I take this, just streak that right down here. Again, not every single one. Over on this side. We already kind of did some rust stuff back here, so I think maybe that might just be enough. Gonna go back to this brush again. to that greenish gray right up there. Now this one, I think I might try to get that a little lighter. I guess I'll just use the ice blue. Like that. Some more here. Back to that ice blue. Just trying to now that I've got the kind of rust in there, I'm gonna try and get some lighter. And something that looks like wood grain, because for whatever reason, that's the one thing they really did not put on any of this, is a legitimate kind of wood grain. The texture was more like it was stone. Some of the gaps in the wood slats are also going to try and do a little something lighter there. I think that's actually another nail over there. That, I think that is, yeah. But first, let me get the lighter bits of fence posts. It's right up against that. More of that lighter green. So we've mentioned it many times here as we're painting our terrain. The fact that I think most PLA type resins would kind of be this way anyway, but really, especially with the Elegoo filament, the oils really soak into that, and that's why they essentially dry faster, I think, than they normally would. Now the cracks that we have there, those are just painted on. Just painted those on there. Let's see if we can maybe do a bit of enhanced brush or a bark texture here with our brush. Hey, Draconic Visions, how you doing? It's been a little while. I hope that you are doing super well, Draconic Visions. Thanks for joining. Great to see you again, like I said. I know that the streams, they've been kind of starting later and later and later. I am hoping that maybe January/February, at least the Saturday streams could maybe start more like at least more like 5 or something like that. So well, ideally something like 3 or 4, because then, well, for all of our friends in Europe, that would really provide it would be more like evening time. Instead of in the wee hours of the morning. Well, maybe not so much wee hours of the morning. It is here. It's 2:42 in the morning here. It's got to be what, about 8:42, 9:42 in most places over there in Europe. Now there you go. I swear, Kate, I didn't read that when I said that. I just now there are rumors that this is the last year we're supposed to be doing the daylight savings time thing here. I've heard that many, many times. Something tells me that we'll still be doing daylight savings time. My draconic visions, sorry to hear about that. That makes it a little bit difficult to paint miniatures, doesn't it? That ramps up the challenge level quite a bit, I would imagine. So with draconic vision, I know, well, there's probably all kinds of physical therapy exercises to do and such there as well. So I know that's a bit of a slog. Of course, that's where the self-painting brushes would be super handy. Because again, see, it's a brush that it literally just paints by itself. There's no hand attached to this brush. It's just doing its own thing here. That's just how magical these brushes are. So again, there is no person that's holding that brush. It's just doing its own thing. So wow, this would be really amazing. Yeah, you would just have to use your one good arm to hold, the miniature holder, and then just let the self-painting brush do all the rest. Now, what might you expect to pay for a self-painting brush? Well, we also have stretch goals, and the stretch goals were going to be variations in talent level. So, if you have the level 1 brush, that's a certain price. You want to go all the way up to level 5 painting talent, that'll cost a little bit more. That is going to cost you. But then what price do you put on success and the ease of use, right, of the self-painting brush? Well, draconic visions, depending on how, you could do, you could start doing some 1-to-1 scale busts or something like that from Blackheart Models. He does have full scale. He's got the half size. I did actually paint one of these on stream, and now you know that we have the different camera setup, it'll be a little bit easier. Where did you go? Yeah, that's actually a half life-size bust. That thing weighed, I believe it was 27 pounds, solid resin. Yeah, that was a big one there. That's the reason why the palette is off to the side, actually, here. Because the palette used to literally be right where you could see it. Used to be sitting right over there. Now it's on a whole separate plane. Thanks, Draconic Visions. Boy, Draconic Visions, that was one of the last times we used cerulean blue. Now, if we were to do that again, we also have interference colors, but look at this. We could use the Severus blue on that. That would be pretty sensational. It is, I do have another one of those. I think that was one of the rare times. Well, of course, that was when we were also first using the oils and first doing the streaming. That was actually a 2-stream thing. We would have to do that in about, I don't know, let's say an 8-ish hour marathon session. Well, I'm hoping to actually get back to those 12 hour sessions. See, Draconic Visions, the FDM style printing. Boy, oh boy, has that really changed everything. I mean, the resin printing has changed a bunch too. And of course, being able to print out the basing bits. But man, the being able to print out this terrain. Yeah, draconic visions. It seems like, well, all that stuff kind of snowballs, doesn't it? It never just happens in isolation. You just kind of get pummeled. That one thing leaves you in a worse position. And all of a sudden, next thing you're getting pummeled by two other things. So yeah, this was printed out on that bamboo X1 carbon. Right now, these are they all of the bamboo printers are on sale, I believe. I would I was really hoping to be able to get at least maybe a second X1 or at least a like a P1 or something. Be the same size, it just wouldn't have some of the bells and whistles of the X1. So yeah, there's a few little crazy things about that one. Yeah, I don't know about the other bamboo printers, but the X1, there's a few little foibles that I've learned about the hard way. As long as you're kind of aware of them, it's very helpful. I want to try and do a printing workshop video on the things that I wish I knew about the Bamboo X1 before, blah blah blah. But Draconic Visions, I think you will really enjoy it, and well, hopefully that's a kind of a nice recovery treat for you. As you recover from all the crazy stuff and get a little bit stronger each day and stuff. But the other nice thing about something like the X1 is that unlike say the resin printing, you'll at least I think be able to get into that kind of printing as you're starting to kind of get all the mobility back. Whereas resin printing, yeah, you need it's almost like painting. You need the super fine motor control to be able to do that. So hopefully, yeah, you'll be able to have some fun with that. It'll be again a nice little reward for having to deal with all the craziness. So in Ghani's, remember you were looking up all of the different build plates there, which for whatever reason, right, you can't get the one that I would want. That's just not available from the U.S. store. Come on. There we are. So this axe handle here, I actually just hit it with hot glue because, well, it was an FDM print, so it was in weird shape, that's for sure. It just was kind of ready to just fall off. So I kind of tried to strengthen it a little bit with some hot glue. Guys, if there's anything that you wanted to share in the chat, stuff that you've been working on, please go ahead and do that. I'm going to try to go a little bit lighter on my yellow here. Let me see. This also a little bit of the Indian yellow. Come on, there we go. Now, and Ghani's, well, that makes a whole bunch of sense. I'll have to go over there. I'm guessing that everything else is still on sale. I haven't seen any kind of ad stuff popping up in my Instagram feed or anything like that. But I'm guessing most things are still on sale. So there's been some more leaks of MESBG. Today's leaks were all about magic and heroic actions. So as I'm seeing now, this is what basically day 2 of leaks, whatever. It is they're sticking with the current system, making modifications to it. We'll see. There could be other more extreme modifications coming up. Yeah, I don't think I can get that door much of a much lighter yellow. I think we got that about as light as we can get it to. Yeah, oops. That didn't quite go where we wanted. It sort of bounced off of this thing right over here. That's alright, we got this. All better. Ingane's the cold plate that I have. It's weird seeing textured ones. Actually, gee whiz, I have this crazy. It's one that you're not even really supposed to touch, even with gloves. It's this. It's kind of a gold color, and it's got a lot of texture on it. I think it's also a hot plate. But I wouldn't be surprised if, again, it doesn't have the little QR code on it, and you get this stupid does not recognize the bill plate marker. I mean, I understand why it's there, but boy, oh boy, it just I don't know if you have it kind of get into a cycle where it does not recognize that bill plate marker, even on ones where it's completely new and very legible. Some of my asphaltum, because again, there's a little nail over there. Another bit of some of our darker brown there. Oh, let me see if there's anything else I gotta do on the chimney here. Yeah, I could get a little lighter there. It's not really that cool. About 10 degrees lower than the usual one. Let me see. More of that. Nah, let's stick with some of the fast matte white mixed with that. Is that gonna be too late? Fine, I'm gonna give me a little bit of a radiant green in there. Now we're back to the self-painting brush again. Look at that. See? What was it? Fantasia. That's right. So someone compared the self-painting brush to Fantasia. You just let it do its own thing. And let's work some of our light in here. A little bit of light on that. Up there. I mean, do you see any fingers on this brush? There's no fingers on that brush. It's just painting all by itself. Last couple of stones here again, getting the lighter stuff on them. On the chimney. bingo. What I might also, here's my, talk about dry brush. That is a very dry brush there. Let me get a little bit more of the yellow, the radiant yellow mixed with some of the radiant green to one last little bit of that lighter stuff here. Also on this corner, as we welcome in Paintwater Smollier. How you doing there, Paintwater? Thanks for the raid. Everybody, please give Paintwater Smollier a follow. So, Paintwater, are you just about ready for your tournament? I was wondering, because obviously you've been doing all those Gondolians. How's about we also welcome in AD Creations? So AD, I know it's super late for you there. It's about 4, well, it's 4 o'clock in the morning for you. I'm sure you're going to be heading off to bed. Hey there, Tim. Nice to see ya. So everybody please give Paintwater Small Day a follow. Give AD Creations a follow. Also Hobby Time with Tim. So if the three of yous, as we say here, would want to post any of your stuff in the chat, please go ahead, especially AD and Tim, before you guys have to head off to the sleepies there. Now Paintwater, the last captain is done. So Paintwater, I guess you saw that the latest rumors, well, let's see. I don't think you were here since yesterday's rumors, which were all about the, mostly the intelligence, some of the profile kind of changes or whatever. But now it's all about the changes to magic and the heroic actions. Well, great to see you there, Tim. Great to see you. And of course, again, Paintwater, you want to share. I know you got tons of Insta and pictures and stuff of all your fabulous Gondor stuff. Please go ahead and share that. Now, this, we were just painting the chimney there. Let's get this off of here. And you can see, oh, look at that. We have a nice toasty little hearth in there. This is actually the 5th Hobbit hole that we have painted. Yes, this is number 5. This was actually the first one over here. And this is Bilbo Bananigan's house. Now look at that. There's Bilbo Bananigans. So that was the very first one. They all have the removable roofs. Oh, look, they all have the warm little stuff going on inside the inside that Hobbit hole. Of course, we've also been painting these little crops right here. Don't mess with Bilbo Stabbins pumpkins. He ain't gonna like that. He is not gonna like that. And oh, we even painted some hay bales here. Yeah, painted up some hay bales. This was our last night's stream. Right here. So there's a nice little stable going on, like a little trough over here. Oh, but it still has a very toasty, warm fireplace going on the inside there. So yeah, this is building number 5. We've been painting a lot of terrain. We did 3 Corsair ships. This is one of our 3 Corsair ships, 4 our Corsairs of Umbar. And yes, we know that they say Can doesn't exist anymore, but it does. Here for We SPG. Now, where's my Easterling buildings? We've done a ton of these. Oh yeah, bunch of Easterling buildings. Well, AD, I got to sleep at, 8:20 something this morning? Well, Friday morning, I guess you could say. Because I was doing some AI music generation. And we've been joking, well, I've been joking anyway. You think that you get some weird visual things from AI? The weird musical stuff you get, it actually hurts your ears. So yeah, while the AI visual stuff, we just kind of get a chuckle at it. Beware of the AI music generator, because that can be downright painful. No, thanks AD, appreciate that. Well, we've been enjoying the chicken stuffing. Yeah, we've had a blast with that. Another slow cooker session. I don't remember what it is, Draco. I only just did it like early this morning. I forget what it's called. The stuff that I use for all of the visual AI generation is just, what is that, Copilot? Yeah, so all of these were just generated with Copilot here. Again, those are Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. And we did paint a couple of those. Here we go. Here's our Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. I still gotta send those pictures to Boomnets, that's right. So there's our Gumladriel and Gumlum. Yeah, Draconic Visions, you can go back and watch those. It was for the Kathy's birthday stream on the 29th of October, so only a couple of weeks ago, really, like 2.5 weeks ago. And I'm hoping to have all the other ones sculpted so that we can have some fun and maybe even other folks can get the STL files and then they print them out and then we're all painting Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. But that was not long ago. Also, too, all of the ring wraiths on Fell Beast that we painted, and of course those all got wiped out, right, Paint Water? Because of course they did. Let me get a little bit more of this lighter wood color here. Did mostly just to try and portray a little bit of wood grain there. Maybe make this that's up a little bit lighter down there. Trying to do a little bit more on this handle over here. Yeah, a little bit of light on the edge of that. I can't keep sitting my finger on that fence now that we got all of our lights on. I think that's where some of that stuff is going, actually. So everybody please check out that Discord link that Paint Water Smiley had just posted. So Paint Water, now I guess the speculation is that not this, obviously not this Saturday, but maybe next Saturday, as early as that might go up for pre-order. I guess, and actually, Paint Water. So I know there's a lot of mixed viewpoints on that. Was that the snow troll and those two orcs or whatever? Given the fact that I can print out that kind of stuff, it's gonna be Forge World. Even if it wasn't Forge World, it was gonna be on the extreme price side of things. So I think we're probably going to be avoiding that. Do this here. I still have to figure out, how we're doing the actual going to see War of the Rohirrim. I mean, we even have a baseball jersey already. We hit this right there. We go. I have to, before I do the finished stuff there, I have to actually either try and print out one of these. Maybe I'll try and find the log and print that thing out. I think now it would actually work out. So yeah, that build plate that we've been talking about, Draconic Visions, what happens is there's this little marker on it. It's basically a QR code, and that's what the bamboo scans before it starts a print, because I guess it kind of uses that and says, okay, it's this type of a build plate. Well, as you go to remove your stuff off of there, unless you're super careful, basically you scratch off that QR code. Now, once that is sufficiently scratched off, well, the printer can't read that anymore. And at least here in the US right now, you cannot replace that thing. Now, when you get it, it comes with two essentially gigantic stickers. I mean, it's the whole build plate. It's not just that stupid little whatchamacallit thing. It's the whole build plate. So you got to put this giant sticker on there, which makes that heavy build plate that much heavier. So what Sectrix suggested, well, you take a picture of it, and at least this way you could potentially print out your own sticker of it. So yeah, imagine it's sitting right about here. This was square. It's sitting right about there, and you have to take stuff away that's right here. It prints out these calibration lines. So there, imagine this is the thing. The calibration lines come right up to there. Kate has returned. Glad that you've been able to join us again there, Kate. The one thing I'm wondering about Draconic is, if you're printing it out on a inkjet style printer, is that going to be clear enough? Is it going to have trouble reading that? Not sure. I hope I never have to find out, because again, the printer comes with two of those giant sticker sheets. Now that I am aware, painfully aware of this fact, I'm doing everything I can to try and keep that area as intact as possible. I'm pretty sure that the plate itself is plastic, but it's magnetized. So I'm not sure if it's plastic with a thin veneer of metal over it. It's also got to be super flexible, because you have to flex the thing back and forth to be able to get the print off of it. So I think it's a plastic that is coated with metal, if that's even possible. I don't think that it's entirely metal. It would be even heavier than it is. But the sticker is just kind of a plastic type material. Boy, that's got way too much thinner. Let me cut that down here. And just push back some of that lighter stuff we did here. But yeah, I didn't really realize that these came all the way out to the edge. None of the other ones did this. Well, a little pathway comes all the way out to the edge. Oh, I also printed out a bunch of basically Hobbit pathways or roads or whatever, also from Conquest Creations. Paint one, and it's tiny. It is very small. It is, it's about that size. That's the entire QR code right there. Thanks, Kate. What we're going to do is, now you'll have to pretend that this is the right color, but I actually have light brown sawdust scatter, and that's that's going to go right here where we've got this cutting state, and obviously we're going to have some over here where our axe is. So that's going to be super fun. Now paint water. Let's see. I forget what you was your display board like the Osceola terrain, or sorry, your display board? Yeah, was it made out of, or did you do the foam stuff? I just I've seen a bunch of display boards like oh gosh, what is it? The usual MESPG crowd, and I've seen so many different display boards. I keep forgetting whose is whose and what are they using. Because I know there's been one couple display boards that have been all foam. Then there's been others that are hybrid foam and printed, and then there's others that have been like the GW terrain. So my apologies that I just can't conjure up the memory because the brain, like I've been saying all stream, it is not functioning at a high level these days. Again, the roof is going to be there, so I can feel like that could be a little bit in shadow. Let me hit that side a little more. Some up here. Yes, that's what we wanted. So foam and prints. It's so funny. I really intended all along to make, the 2-inch foam or whatever and do the Hobbit holes out of that, but then along came the 3D printing and said, maybe that's the way to go. Because while I'm painting these, we're literally printing up more. That's a force multiplier for sure. Let me see, I can't really reach that. You can't even see it, so I'm just going to try and make this a little lighter. Also, this one. This by no means is white. It actually is just a, Let me try and get that bristle back in place. There we go. We could still actually go lighter than that. So paint water, is that going to be about a 2x2 board there, as in feet, which would be, let's see. I don't know. Trying to think in terms of centimeters there. I do think that 1 foot is 15 centimeters, something like that. So potentially 30 by 30 centimeters. I'm usually a little bit better at translating the your temperatures from, so also 2x2. Oh yeah, paint water. Gosh, I think it was maybe Last Alliance and Noobs and Men or something like that, and maybe they were the ones talking about that Blitz format. Or is it somebody? It was somebody. One of our YouTube channel folks there was talking about that Blitz format. Come on, there we go. A little bit more. There we go. Continue. Well, what I can't wait for is Middle Earth War at Sea. That's why I gotta keep painting up my ships. And we'll be doing some more of our 1/1800 scale ships, but there's two 2 more ships that I printed out. Those will also paint on Armada Mondays. Yeah, so is that more like a 300 points or something like that, and no hero over 100 points or whatever? I'm wondering if that's because I did hear there was a podcast or something about, and they did mention the Blitz format. Also 200 points. Ironically enough, their paint water, some of the games that I would be playing here would be almost more like at that scale, where you wouldn't necessarily have a big boss man, right? Because, well, Theoden's not going to exactly show up to, a couple of orcs trying to knock over an outhouse. I'm guessing that he's going to be the more important fights. I'm liking this little bit darker stuff here on the ends of these logs. I'm going to do some more of that. Also helps me put in a little bit of the Borky texture there. Now, along the edge of this, it's mostly Van Dyke Brown. There is a little bit of the asphaltum infused into that, though. So Draconic Visions, there is some, well, it was part of the Angmar book. There's an orc guy that steals war gear. But yeah, just imagining a bunch of Uruk-hai just knocking, instead of tipping cows, well, that's it. They could be tipping cows, too. Tipping cows and knocking over outhouses. Like Saruman said, burn every village. So again, now when you get the oils on yourself there, all it takes, warm soapy water, minute or two, boom, it's all gone. So it won't be difficult. How's about a little bit? Let's get that a little darker up there, and maybe even no. I'm gonna go back to that nifty green, which just looks like gray. It literally looks just like gray here. It's not actually gray. It's, believe it or not, that's green, just like this is green. It says it's gonna make quite the mess out of Middle Earth. Right, Draconic Vision. I think they would call that the breaking of the world. Let me do some more of that darker green. I may even do some of the on here. Yeah. Now over here, there's going to again be flocking foliage in there, so we have to anticipate that too. Alright, now we're going to try to make this a little lighter. And of course, when you're playing that game, you also don't want to squeeze the shaman. Don't squeeze the shaman. More of that darker green that's going to go up here right at the apex of some of these slats. And there's a blending brush. This'll work here. Darken that up a little. Was almost tempted to put a little, I'm going to try. Put a little bit, there we go. A little touch of our grayish green even on the door. If color goes somewhere, must go everywhere. Might even put some of that over here. Again, we're using our self-painting brush. So Draconic, between having the X1 carbon printer and a self-painting brush, just think of all that you could get so caught up on all the hobby stuff that you haven't been able to do, so that would be perfect. Yeah, the X1 carbon will cost, well, let's see if you get it now. It's actually only $1,000 now. It's not the 1,200. And of course the self-painting brush, those are a steal at about $4,000 a piece. Again, we'll have to get that Kickstarter going. People will just be lining up for those self-painting brushes. Doing that again, a little bit of a blending brush thing there. Try and lighten up this little bit of greenery that's right underneath the window there. That really wouldn't necessarily be darker. All right. Who would have thought the super fancy carbon fiber printer would be such as at half the price of a self-painting brush? Touch more of the lighter green on top of that. I suppose if I do end up putting furniture in these things, we will have to also do some kind of object source lighting on the furniture. So yeah, those logs definitely looking nifty. I'll have to just print one of those. I have to remember that, yeah, if I print it up, I don't have to do the whole ritual of cleaning it, drying it, curing it, all that kind of stuff. Oh, that's the other thing. Draconic Visions, you get kind of spoiled with something like the FDM type printing. It's like just taking food out of the microwave versus taking some kind of flaming hot whatever out of the stove. You can kind of get used to the convenience of just taking that out, pop it off the plate, and the plate goes back in there, and that's it. As we get me a little bit more of that lighter right there on the side of these fence poles. How much lighter do we want to go on this stucco? There's all kinds of nifty little colors in there. There's some yellows in there. There's some greens in there. There's even a little bit of that grayish, bluish green. Working a little more of the wall texture over here too. So Draconic, these all of these terrain pieces are all printed up on the Carbon X1, and that is one of your carbon fiber printers there. Again, the P1, that is similar, about the same size as the X1, but it doesn't have the carbon fiber elements to it. Yeah, I think it doesn't have the internal camera. Probably there's a couple other, again, special features that it doesn't have. Everybody please check out the Army Painter link that Armored Wolf just shared in the chat. Thanks for doing that, Armored Wolf. Again, you sign up for that. get ready to binge pretty much for the rest of your natural life. Because I think we tried to do a calculation. Now, this was months and months ago. It was something like 72 and a half days. If you were to just start watching all of the episodes, not stop for eating, sleeping, bathroom, anything, if you just watched them end to end to end, that would probably now take you about 90 days. It would be a great diet because you wouldn't be eating anything. There wouldn't be time to eat. And if you don't eat anything, then you don't need to take the bathroom break, so it all works out perfect. Blending brush to some of that. Okay, let's make sure we don't have too much thinner on this right now. We've got a ton of those layer lines really filled in because they do not show up anywhere near as much as they did before. And again, if all you're doing is dry brushing on this, you're generally enhancing the layer lines. You're making them even more visible. So again, with the oils and that ability to effectively kind of wet blend dry brush and using the thinner, right, to make it such a pin line wash that it soaks into all those layer lines, well, then you just don't see them. So again, it's a good way to hide some of those nasty, tricksy printing lines. Now, the other thing you can do with things like the X1, P1, all that, you can get different nozzles. You can put in a 0.2 nozzle, which would almost let you print not exactly pure resin quality as far as resolution, but if you're looking for maybe more detailed bits of terrain, especially something maybe that's more on the organic side of things, I guess, that's where that'll be an option. It's going to extend the print time a lot. Just keep that in mind. I have not used the 0.2 nozzle. I have one. I even have a 0.6. I think I have like 3 or 4 0.4 nozzles. I haven't changed anything yet. I'm still using the original nozzle, the original everything. Hey, Gladys, how you doing? Happy Saturday to you. Well, good luck getting everything ready there, Paintwater. And man, if you want to share your Discord link one more time before you head off to sleep there. Again, all your Lord of the Rings stuff looking fabulous as always. Your Rohan, your Gondalorians there. Very fantastic. So, Gladys, I hope that you are doing well. We've had a blast painting all of these Hobbit holes. We will be doing another one on our Saturday stream. We'll be doing another one on our Thursday stream. And depending, I'm going to take another look at the massive tavern thing and see if maybe we could paint at least some of the pieces of it on track. I kind of doubt it. Ah, well, that's fantastic, Gladius. Again, everybody please check out that Discord link. The Paintwater Sommelier just shared. Some super fabulous Lord of the Rings figures. Gladius, if you wanted to share your Nurgling, your Kill Team stuff there, go ahead, do that. And of course, great to see you back. So see you later, Paintwater. Now the other thing I would like to try and do, and again, that might be something I do here during the winter, is maybe try to do a shocking daytime stream which I've never actually, well, I think I did one time, maybe it's either a charity thing or it was something I did with old Reaper Con. It would be absolutely bizarre to be streaming and it'd be daylight here. And I might just do that by surprise. Just to see what happens. Otherwise, our normal stream days: Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Monday. Thursday tends to be the late start. Which would be sometimes about 11 o'clock my time. You know what? Fine. Oh no, that's right. I don't need to make that any later up there because, yeah, we just got our... Oh no, no, that is, there is no overhang here. I'm thinking that's the other building. Okay, so then I can make that later. Fine. No, no, no. Let me go with the fast mat weight up here. And then blending brush. Like that. Do it again over here. Get the edge of this. So yeah, a little pathway here. It's looking mighty solid. I made that as pretty much as light as I can in there. I'm going to try and do a little bit more with a little bit of the indigo. Mix that with the Mars black. So these things that are further away from the firelight, I want to get those a bit less of that deep red, and a little more neutral. It's not really making them any darker. They might seem darker just by virtue of that cooler color, because that means they will contrast more with all of the warm colors here. Oh, let's say we haven't done a film noir. I don't think this entire stream here. Let's do this. I will zoom out so you can see the whole thing. Now look at those flagstones. Yeah. As you can see, they don't look a whole bunch different, do they? Even when you hold them like that, there's almost no difference. Even right away, like at 5% of the color back, you already see the difference as we get closer and closer and closer to 50. Bam, look at that. That never gets old. We call it film noir. Everybody's got, one of those, a camera on your phone, and there's some kind of an app where you can just take all the color out of it, strip that away, reduce the saturation to 0, and it reveals an awful lot about your miniature or your terrain or whatever. It also shows that contrast is more than just light versus dark. I mean, it's written in the Book of Wapple after all. It is, there it is. Again, and those are some fabulous stickers that Armored Wolf made. If you're at Armored Wolf Productions looking for those, maybe that's where you also get yourself the crushed glass snow and also some of the best dice bags you're ever going to see. That is Armored Wolf Productions. Go check that out. Armored Wolf, I don't know if you saw that. I guess Baron of Dice is doing an advent calendar. I do believe there's some super special dice. An Armored Wolf. I do have a couple of those mugs coming this way that I showed you. Those mugs made out of minerals. Obviously, I got one of those to sort of be an anniversary present. And then some of the other ones, I thought there's a few people I know that are very big into fossils and such. Depending on how they look, you know, they might, they're never going to look quite the same as the picture. So again, everybody head over to Armored Wolf Productions. Take advantage of, oh, guess what? Black Friday stuff. It's that time. And again, the bestest dice bags you're ever going to see. Those, you've actually seen those? Draconic, they only just popped up in my Instagram feed. 1 minute I was looking at, well, like Paintwater's Lord of the Rings miniatures, and next thing you know, there's a mug made out of minerals. So yeah, Armored Wolf, now they're not going to show up for a while. That was the other reason why I kind of had to get them now or forever hold your peace, because I think the soonest it will arrive is maybe like November 27th or something like that. And I'm sure each mug is going to be different. It's not like it's going to be exactly like the picture because, well, they got to cut those things, and it's going to depend on the actual shape or whatever or construction of that crystal. Trying to lighten up this just a touch more here. Again, back to our self-painting brush again. Look at that, no fingers involved. Maybe no, I'm not gonna lighten it up. If I lighten that up too much, then it's just gonna spoil the firelight. We need to have the main source of light be over there. Trying to get a little bit of my lighter orange right along here. That's just the, I almost said the Hansa yellow. That's just the pure orange. Teensy little bit of it there too. So here, a crazy axe handle there. That looks really funky, but again, it's I had to use hot glue to try and restore that. Do I really want to try and put a little bit of dimension under this? Well, let's try and do that over here too. So that teensy little bit of light under it, that's good. We won't do any more than that. Maybe do a little more my lighter dry brush onto this. I'm going to take that again. That's the radiant yellow, the radiant green, a touch of the ice blue in there. And again, this is why we'll be able to be handling this piece tomorrow, because all we did out here on this end is we did some of our pin line wash, glaze stuff on this, and now we're just dry brushing over the top of that. this material, this black matte PLA from Elegoo, is incredibly absorbent too. So on top of everything else, that's why, again, this is going to be essentially dry by tomorrow. Is it bone dry? Probably not, but again, dry enough for me to be able to handle when we want to look at it tomorrow night. And I do think that I might, oh geez, now we've been doing this over 5 hours, and it is getting to be close to 4 a.m. here, and much to do. Much to do. So we want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. We want to say thanks to Zhang and Paintwater and all the folks that did the raids. We want to say thanks for all the follows. We had a bunch of those during the stream here. So we want to thank all the new little hobbitses that joined. Oh, look at that, especially since we're painting hobbit holes for all those new little hobbitses. Thanks for all the bits and the subs and the cheers. Those are, again, incredibly helpful for the channel here. It helps us all get more files like this, right? More files like this, more fun. More things we can do on stream and in the videos. And this is what we're going to be painting only a matter of hours from now. Is, oh look, another hobbit hole with some veggie tables out front. Look at that. And oh, and also we did our first little set of hay bales there too. Yeah. So I'm going to get this raid countdown underway. I think we head back to Battleford Gaming. So thanks again, Kate. Now, Kate, let's see. Hopefully you'll be able to join us tomorrow too. So it's great to have you here, Kate. Thanks so much for hanging out. And again, thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all those moderations. So here we go. Getting that raid ready to go. Oh, let's get the roof on here. So you can see that. That looks, there you go. There's your roof on your hobbit hole. So thanks again, everybody, and I will see you on Saturday.